first, and the first run coming by a wide, now signaling by the umpire. A no ball, pardon me. So there is going to be the first free hit. Welcome to the Connery Cricket Centre and to the Under 19 2025 Regional Cricket Series. We welcome all teams, managers, coaches, and the Leewards won the toss and they are bowling. This is just the first over, and apart from the no ball, there have been 3 dots thus far. And alongside me, as I say, a pleasant good morning to Noval Mokal. Good morning to you, Nova.
Good morning to you, Vic, and we welcome all listeners around the Caribbean, especially those in the Windward Islands who might be joining this coverage as we are picking up coverage here from Connery Sporting Complex, the Cricket Centre, and Caden Francis, the man opening the bowling for the Leewards. Been a bit on the wayward side, but Vic, you may just want to give listeners the teams for today.
Well, for the Leeward Islands, it is Matthew Miller. He's the captain. The entry, Jew, Tenez Francis, Micaiah Mackenzie, Carlton Pluck, D.N. Singh, Israel Morton, Cornell
Tolonki,
Lashawn Bergen, Eret Richards, and Caden Francis. That is the Leeward Islands. They actually won the toss, Novel, and they are in the field. They decided that they will bowl first. This regional series would be of 50 overs. And Noval will give us the Windward Islands.
Well, the Windward Islands team, Captain Stephen Pascal, pretty experienced campaigner at this level. And beyond, much is expected, a former West. And that one is just thumped through cover for 4. A bit in the ear, fielder was diving, trying to effect a catch. But that one hurried away to the boundary for 4.
Yes, and it was nicely timed. And the first boundary, the Windward Islands earning, as Noval will continue the other players for the Winwards team here at the Connery Cricket Centre up against the Leeward Islands.
We also have Joel Duan, Kirsten Murray, Devontae McDowell, Davin Ford, Kurt Murray, Luvio Charles, Ishino Fontaine, Isaiah Jones, Edmund Morrissey, and Theo Edwards. That's the Windward Island team for you. As Caden continues, and that one's again going to find the boundary for 4. Cutting was Pascal, and not with a lot of power, but just put it in the right place, Victor, and effecting another boundary.
Yes, the placing and timing was good, and he had all reasons to execute it into the deep backward point boundary because it was wide and short. So a good opening start for the Windward Islands after the Leeward Islands won the toss and decided that they will bowl first. Noval.
Yes, they made that decision to bowl first. Perhaps, Vic, they would have seen something in the pitch that they figure they could extract some early moisture, or maybe they are set up to chase better. There are some teams that enjoy chasing, but given the Windward Islands first strike, and from the first over, they have already gotten some 10 runs.
Yes, so that is a very good first over for the Windward Islands, but also that element of moisture might just be in the surface for the first 45 minutes, and that might have been one of the aspects of asking the Windward Islands to bat first. Well, we're going to see the bowler coming from that far end, sporting the number 2 on the back of his jersey, where the wicketkeeper is standing back. There is a first slip, a second slip, a man at point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the long leg boundary, and there is also a field man on the third man boundary. Yes, well, more runs for the Windward Islands. It's getting close to the deep mid-wicket boundary on the western side of the ground here at Connery, but in the meantime, the 2 batsmen, they were able to get 2 more runs. So, 2 more runs for the Winwards. And the Windward Islands, they would be looking to consolidate Novel and give their team a good start, these 2 openers.
Yes, they would have already gotten off to a fairly good start, and Miller, the captain for the Winwards, the man opening the bowling with Francis, and again down the leg side. He would want to get his radar back towards the offside, where he has more protection. He has 2 slip fielders in place. But sometimes the excitement, the nerves of starting the first game of a tournament sometimes get the better of a player, but you would want to put the ball more on off stump, as you know, the leg side flick shots are more of a freebie for the batsman.
Yes, and as you quite rightly said, with that heavy pack offside feel, that should be the intentions, but this is just his first over, so no doubt he will be hoping to get it more accurate, but we'll have to wait and see.
Much better delivery, Vic. Much fuller, but a better line. It would have been in between wicket and wicket, and not really not express pace by any means is Miller. So would definitely need to be putting the ball in the business areas. But both batters for the Winwards looking very good.
Well, a much better delivery, pitch just on about off stump, where most likely he would be prefer getting it in those areas, having that 2 slips and a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, and a mid off. Mid on, a mid wicket, and a man just beneath us here at the media center end at long leg. So
and the catch goes down. Driving was Pascal, and the man at first slip, he grasped that one, and an opportunity goes a begging very early, and the player who, well, his second slip, but the player who they dropped is Stephen Pascal, and I would dare say, Vic, he's a very, very dangerous customer. You'd want to take him, given the first opportunity away, but Miller, as we would have suggested, just putting it into that off-stump area, that area of uncertainty just outside. And this one being flicked into the end, a catch here, and that one goes down as well. Another catch being dropped here by the Leewards. 2 catches in successive deliveries.
yes, and really that is coming more evident now, because we did saw it in the first test against Australia, where West Indies competed against Australia and lost very drastically. And those straightforward catches, Novel, that most of the times those opportunities should be taken. Well, the second one, in terms where the fieldsman had to make some ground, but in getting both hands to it, he still spilt it. But I thought the first one, which went relatively straight to the fielder at second slip and put down. So the Windward Islands are having some fortune thus far, after being sent in by the Leeward Islands. 2 opportunities thrown away by the Leeward Islands.
Well, they could have had both openers. This slip catch went down, was by LaShawn Bergen, and the man at mid-on was the other one, but both Edwards and Pascal getting alive here, and they would want to cash in on that. Leeward Islands creating opportunities, and Matthew Miller being the man, the captain, producing those opportunities in successive deliveries. But Caden Francis, he will want to apply some pressure, and he's using that area, Vic, just outside of the off stump. Not a lot of movement for him. Miller seemingly being the man, getting it to swing or leave the pitch just a bit away from the right-handed batters. Francis just managing that line just outside of the off stump. But I will say, Pascal is also very good out there. That one was a wayward delivery, and wide down the leg side, and giving away some 5 runs there.
Well, and those bonuses too, also in a 50 overs encounter, which this tournament is all about. Bowlers will have to try as much as possible to avoid those. But Novel will have to look and see how much those opportunities of those drop catches may just cost the Leeward Islands. And sometimes that can also be an incentive to a batting team and the Windward Islands in this process. So we will have to wait and see how costly it might just be.
Yes, it can be costly. It's early days yet. And Leewards would be hunting an opportunity to break the opening partnership. And in cricket, we know that very often, if you get a very big opening stand, it sets up an opportunity for a big total. This is a 50 over affair, and we're still in they're still in the power play.
Yeah, and that is very important. Well, we must tell our viewers too that a lovely day for cricket thus far here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The sun is with us, and for those of you who might just be joining the stream, the Leeward Islands won the toss, and they decided to ask the Winward Islands to have first knock, and thus far the total
20 without loss.
20 without loss. So, as I indicated earlier, Noval, we will just have to wait and see if this will be a costly partnership for the Leewards, which they may, at the end of the 50 overs, tend to realize that they made those drastic mistakes.
Well, yes. As I say, it's early days yet. Too soon to say. But Caden plucking away, and there is Pascal just hitting this one down to deep cover. And very early, the captain recognized that Pascal is strong to the offside after he got 2 boundaries from Caden's first over, deciding to put the sweeper in for Pascal.
And what the Winward Islands would hope for, that these two can establish a good foundation start for their team, and really these two well, and another wide wind signal. So not really consistently early on, Novel getting his directions where he would more likely should be getting them.
Yes, he's looking to plug away just outside of the off stump, but we also saw he went a bit wider there, and then the swing took it even further. So he would want to be perhaps just a touch tighter on the off stump.
Well, one of the things that these young fast bowlers in this under-19 tournament, they should have close observation to Ashama Joseph and Jason Seals, to see how those guys do it, and even more so the Australian Stark and the other top-class seam bowlers. And every player in their different categories should really listen and look at the successful bowlers and try their very best to emulate some of their strategies that would only improve their game. And let us see if now that the bowling will be a lot much more steady and consistent with line and length.
Well, you have the captain Miller just had one wayward delivery down the leg side in the first over, and in his second over he has started just on leg stump, and that one is clipped into the onside. He produced a delivery that took the edge of Pascal, but it was dropped by Bergen in second slip. And if he can maintain that line with the touch of movement that he's getting, he can continue to create problems for the openers. But Francis was a little wayward, but he would want to tighten up this one. And again down the leg side, and this one may just run away. But there is a save made by Kunal.
Well, it was a good save too, because he had to move some probably 10 paces to his right, just beneath us here at the media center end. But a little strain again, as you quite rightly said, Novel, down the onside. But having the 2 slips, a man at third, man a point, and a cover and mid-off, he should be more aiming for around the off-stump line.
Definitely. This one tucked into the onside. Tolankani has some work to do, and 2 runs easily had by Edwards. Sorry, by Pascal.
Well, and what was good about that too, to Novel, as you would have seen, that they ran the first one quickly, recognizing that the fielder just beneath us here, long lady at the media center in, who had to move some 15 paces probably to his left. And that is also a very good sign that batsmen must look to capitalize and see how much opportunities they can get, especially when the ball is played in deep areas of the field.
Well, running between the wickets is always a critical part of batting. And one of the things I always observe with very good batters, they take any run that is on offer. Even if they defend and you don't attack the ball, they're going to look to get one. I know from what I've seen, and no ball being signaled here, from what I've seen from our West Indians at all levels, running between the wickets for me has gone out of our game. We have become too focused on hitting boundaries. But when we're playing any version, T20, 50 over cricket, we need to look at rotating the strike, especially. And there we see the batsman there trying to capitalize on a free hit, but just taking an inside edge going down to fine leg here just for one. But the point I was making is that it's critical whenever you're in a situation where bowling gets very tight. You want to be able to get off strike and to continue to get the scoreboard ticking. In this version of cricket, definitely it's important to run and run hard at all times.
Yes, indeed. I totally agree with you there, Novel. And also, too, what it does, that every time a batsman gets a single, bowlers have to think about bowling a different line to every particular batsman.
Certainly. And that's a full toss, but unable to put it away. Will be very disappointed, Edwards, in not getting a boundary there. Just needed to hit it to either the left or right of the man at extra cover. He would have had some runs there. But Miller losing his control just a bit. He had a better first over, but nonetheless, he continues to carry on for his team.
Yeah, and thus far, too, we can see that the outfield, and I also had a pitch examination this morning, and it looks a good one. And the outfield is very quick and well kept, and the ground staff must be congratulated too for a good job, what we have seen so far. And Novel, I always like to see whereby cricket pitches preparation have a balance, where batsmen have opportunities to score and bowlers have opportunity to get wickets. Not because you might be playing in a particular island or country where, say for example, spinners are more so a team strength, let's say like for India, and then it is totally prepared where spinners have the total advantage. I always prefer where a pitch gives level, and I think that would bring a better outcome of the competitiveness as cricket should be played.
Well, it's 28 without loss. The Windward Islands batting, they're asked to take first strike by the Leewards. But Vic, to your point, teams now look for an advantage when they're playing at home. Yeah. And if my strength is spin, we're going to provide spinning wickets. You would have heard the former Indian captain suggesting that, well, if balls are going to seam on the first day, why can't they spin on the first day? So it's different thinking here. But down the leg side again is Francis, and that one was just helped along the way for 4 by Pascal, helping himself to 4 easy runs as the total ticks on to 32 without loss. We're in the 5th over of play.
Well, and at the current run rate which the Windward Islands are going with, they're off to a good start. They're building a foundation, and how relevant and important it is, Novel, for these two to establish a very good opening start for the Windward Islands. But there again, the Leewards still looking for their first wicket. And another well-judged single, just playing it out to a mid-wicket area where I feel that mid-wicket had to move to his right. And these two now, for the Windward Islands, they are consolidating their opening start. And partnerships is always so crucial and vital, Novel. And these two out there, and the captain is out there in Pascal, so he would know how important it is to really give a very good start for his team.
Indeed, but more runs on offer here, just a single. Total continues to move on.
Also in this tournament to Noval, there are 2 teams out of the USA in this under 15 regional tournament. So we will all be anticipating to see what they will really bring towards this series, and no doubt we should also see some enterprising aspects of those 2 teams.
We hope so. They're more of a developmental team, I imagine. And that one taking the outer portion of the bat, going down to 3rd man. And the singles are now on offer for the Winwards. And I think the Leeward Islands team, in some respect, would have gone flat after they dropped those 2 catches in Matthew Miller's first over. And since then, both bowlers, Caden and Matthew, they have struggled to find a proper line. They have been bowling on 2 sides of the wicket and not really challenging the batsmen that much. But here's Edwards facing, flashing at that one just outside the off stump. Caden Francis seemingly got a bit excited, but that one just went through to the keeper. No damage done.
Well, and thus far we are seeing it is a lovely day for cricket so far. Nice sunshine, and this Connery Cricket Centre ground too, because it's an open venue. There is also that cooling breeze coming from east to west, as we can see on the western side, the West Indian, the Leeward Islands flag, and the national flag of St. Christopher.
And that one is going to be cut away for 4.
And there we get another boundary. So, Noval, the 2 batsmen now, they are settling in after they had two catches dropped. So, is it correctly now 39 without loss? Well, our proficient and efficient scorers, they will keep us always up to date. They always do a very good job, and it's glad to see that we do not have a gender bias. The women are here too, and we are the men doing the broadcasting. So it's a good balance, and they know the game, they understand the game well, and they usually do a very good job, because we always have to work as a team, and teamwork, it is about together, each achieving more. And Noval, the Windward Islands, it's early days yet, but they are capitalizing on those 2 drop catches that went down.
Yes, they continue to get their scoring going, and they have been doing so quite comfortably. Miller finding his line in this over, the start. And they have struggled, both Miller and Francis, after their first overs. They have been spraying it around, but also kudos to the batting of Pascal and Edwards. They have been putting away the bad balls on offer, and since they would have been given a bit of a life, they have settled themselves down and been scoring well.
Yeah, the shot selections has been spot on. But what's going to be interesting in this Leeward Islands bowling attack is when Mackenzie, the right arm leg break and googly bowler, comes in to the contact. We will see what he will bring to this tournament. But good start by the Windward Islands thus far. Stroke up to mid-off, and another run for the Windward Islands. So they are getting into the 40s now, the Windward Islands. So So 40 is the opening start for the Windward Islands. They have not lost the wicket as yet. So these two, Pascal, the captain, out there also too, and he would know how important it is to establish a good opening partnership. But another delivery just quietly played to point, and there is no run. 40 without loss. The Leeward Islands won the toss. For those of you who might just be joining us here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we greet you with the news that the Leeward Islands won the toss and asked the Windward Islands to have first knock. And thus far, the Windward Islands, they are 40 for the loss of no wicket. And quite an early impression of a good start by these two openers. And another run is going to come because there is a fielder just beneath us here at the media center. That fine leg boundary comes off that boundary, and another run to the total advances the Windward Islands cause on to 41 without loss. Sorry, it was another run to the total. Was it from the bat? It was from the bat, so another run to the batsman. So, lovely day for cricket here. And his ball, one that kept a little to my, from my vantage point, looked like it was a little on the low side, kept a little low, but that is always so relevant, Novel, when you're bowling wicket to wicket. So the Leeward Islands getting their first breakthrough with a delivery, rocking the off stump out of the ground. So a good wicket for the Leeward Islands to have taken after they did drop 2 early catches.
Well, there goes the captain, Pascal. He goes for 21. Bowled Miller. It's 41 for 1. And the Leeward Islands making their breakthrough here in the 6th over. And a very important breakthrough because Pascal had looked quite comfortable and he is more than capable. He scores very quickly. And I like to see him playing through the off stump. But for once, Miller, after his second over, which was all over the place, he had gotten the ball in the business areas and it was dead on target and he uprooted the off stump of Pascal. 41 for 1, Winward Islands batting.
Well, and also Novel too, that is an early indication to the Leeward Islands fielders, even though that is the only delivery we have just seen so far that did kept a little on the low side. And we will have to observe and see if there will be that level of consistency where the occasional delivery would keep on the lower side with the bowler bowling from the far end of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Well,
but that has been the first one.
I'm not sure if it did keep on the low side. I think Pascal played back to
back
a fuller length delivery and probably should have been forward. He might have misjudged the length, but to exaggerate the situation, he may have suggested it kept low. So I think he may have misjudged the length somewhat and played back to one that he should have been forward to.
Yeah, he was really on the back foot. So, and there is a bowling change, number 11, it is. Carlton Pluck coming into the attack from the media centre end. The wicket keeper standing back. There's a man on the third man boundary, a point, cover, extra cover on the mid-off. Heavily packed offside field. And the new batsman, and one going down the leg side. We will wait to see if there's any signal from the umpire. No, so it meant it's too early probably. Well, there is no signal from the umpire, so it would meant that it might have just brushed the pad of the batsman, but it went down the leg side. So that is not considered as a wide. And another single being played straight past the bowlers. Fielder from mid-on coming to his left was not able to field cleanly, but could not prevent the batsman from getting another run. So Carlton Pluck, Novel, he also would have to bowl in partnership, because just as batting is important in partnerships, just also too is bowling in partnerships.
Well, yes. Well, the new batsman coming to strike is Fontaine, and he will be facing Pluck. Pluck is of no great pace, Vic, so he must be one of those bowlers who would have to be very wicket to wicket and very disciplined. And a new batsman is in, and I know you're from the old school, Vic, who believes in putting a little pressure on the new batter who has come in. And on a wicket like this, I perhaps would probably be using a man in short extra cover catching. Maybe not the slip per se, but there he is right on target though, is Pluck.
Well, yes, good observation there, Noval. I would prefer to leave the slip, probably take out the cover and put him to the short extra cover. But any event, putting and applying some pressure to the new batsman, or probably even bringing a fielder in a forward short leg position, but that is not the position at this moment. Runs for the Windward Islands, struck from a short delivery into the wide long on boundary, Noval. So another boundary for the Windward Islands. and 4 more runs it is. So Proc guilty of bowling a short pitch delivery. The batsman spotted it early and placed it nicely wide of mid-wicket and to the right of the fielder who was at mid-on.
Well, 45 it is for 1. Winward batting. Fontaine, the new batter. 46 it is for 1. And Fontaine just coming in and opening his account with 4 runs. So Pluck again is short, but this time Fontaine on the back foot and he pushed it just into extra cover. So 46 for 1 from some 7 overs. Windward Island, I think they're off to a good start, Vic.
Yeah, they are definitely off to a good start. But what is going to be more important now between these two, if they can also establish another partnership, because once it's done in partnership, Novel, as you quite know, that how important partnerships are. If a team like the Windward Islands in this first encounter is going to pose a very challenging total for the Leewards.
Well, 46 from 7, not a bad start. Lots of overs left. Miller continuing. This one is clipped over mid-wicket. It possibly would run away for 4. He's going to take someone with some legs and super speed to keep that one in. And Vic, in cricket, those are the teasing ones. You just almost feel that you could get it, but it's just too much for you to get there.
And we as former players in Oval, we know that sometimes when you feel like you can just get to the ball, it just keep going further away from you. And that was one of those. But another valuable 4 for the Winward Islands. Has that brought up the 50 now?
Yes, it has. So 54-1 it is, and Miller continues, the captain. He is the man who has produced the first wicket and only wicket thus far. And they would have to keep working hard. 50 for 1 in 7.3 overs.
Well, leading by example, and that's a good start by the captain. No doubt it should bring some inspiration to the other bowlers. Well, Carlton Perky was operating from the media centre, but this is the captain himself. And good intention there on that occasion, going for a Yorker length delivery, but the batsman was equal to it, playing it down to mid-on. There is no run. So our media technician team, I'll have to get it right. Is it Audit Vid? Yes, they are providing it, and we are appreciating that they are providing the stream, which throughout the world, persons would be able to see the future of West Indies cricket in this under 19 regional cricket series. So we very appreciated to Ovid Media's technicians for providing the service here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So Novel, these two would know that it is very important to even get a better partnership than the first wicket partnership that the Windward Islands have had.
Yes, batting should go in partnerships. You want to build a total together, you know, both batters rotating strike. One of the things that should happen is to discuss bowlers. Often remember sometime when I played against Keith Atherton, he said one of the things they did very well was to pick a bowler as to who they will go after. One is bowling really well from one end, and you figure we could probably get 9 or 10 from this man from the other end, and you will kind of target him as one to go after. But it's very early perhaps to do that just yet, as Fontaine and Edwards are in the very embryonic stages of their innings.
Well, many batsmen did not really like to get after you early because you had so much tricks up your armory, and really, so it did not. That suggestion did not go for all bowlers, and I know that in your time, seeing you and played against you to a little extent, you were a good thinker as a bowler, and that is relatively always a strong point too for cricketers, when you can think what batsmen's strengths are. And even as a batsman may be strong in an area, it can also be his weak point too. But good strategy in shooter Novel, but also the Windward Islands, I think they will grasp this opportunity, having had a good start and knowing how important it is to even have a better partnership for the second wicket.
Yes, they just have to continue batting. just hanging around. First change bowler in Carlton Pluck. As I said, not express pace. He's just going to look to put it in a good area. And they would just want to wait for those bad deliveries. And as always, looking for singles is a critical part of it. Just to rotate strike, there is not a lot of close fielders, so even defending into the offside can produce something. And there is another wide, and perhaps 4 of them. Yes, it is. It goes into the boundary now for 4. And Victor Leeward Islands been very guilty with their discipline. Not very disciplined. Quite a number of wides, and we wait from the scorers to hear how many wides they have already surrendered.
Yeah, and those bonuses for those bonuses as they're gonna provide us and updated us.
Well, it's 13 now in wides.
Extras, okay. So and 2 no balls also in that composition. Well, the thing is that when teams get those bonuses in 50 overs, when it's a wide, you have to bowl an extra delivery. So sometimes you really go beyond 300 legal deliveries. And even so too, when you get free hits, and only one way a batsman can be out is by run out. How often you have seen a novel batsman getting run out off of a free hit?
I can't remember seeing it. I wouldn't say that it's never happened, but I haven't seen it. It's really an opportunity to score, and batters really want to cash in whenever that happens. But already surrendering 15 extras this early in the inning, Leeward Islands are putting themselves under some pressure. The Winwards are not forced to score off the bat all the time, and that makes it even easier for a batting pair.
And sometimes those extras, when the innings concludes, it usually gives an incentive to a batting team in terms of what their final total is, and sometimes those extras can be the reasons why teams can win a game.
Most definitely. I think that Fontaine may have just missed out on a short one. Would have wanted to pick the gap there, just left or right of the fielder there in cover. He would have been in business to perhaps get in a boundary, but now on the last ball you could see the captain asking the cover to go deep, not wanting to surrender a boundary, but also bringing in the fine leg. So Pluck must be disciplined here. And
well, I think that the captain should start with thinking another wide has been conceded, so another run to the total. Because Carlton Pluck is not consistently getting that line and length appropriate, I think that there should probably just be a bowling change in terms of Carlton Pluck, because he's not really getting a consistent line and length, which he's aiming for the off stump. But the captain is in the best position out there. That is a part of our job here, to just speculate and give our analysis, but not necessarily meaning that the captain will do as we think. But what is good so far to Novel is that lovely day for cricket, and we're just having a little humorous aspect here in the booth, really, and nothing to really intervene or disrupt the coverage. But it's a lovely day for cricket, nice brilliant sunshine, which is ideal. And the Windward Islands, these two know how important it is to establish that second wicket partnership, but on the other hand, the Leeward Islands will have to make further inroads and make them early in this innings of the Windward Islands.
Yes, but the Winwards are batting well, and this one has been driven, peeled off down to third man. It get past the fielder there for 4. He was charging in, and it was Francis Caden. It was in the air, but he was charging in, and he didn't pay attention to the spin of the ball, Victor, and he got past him for 4. So 4 good runs being had again, this time by Fontaine, it appears.
Yes, indeed, and really 4 more deserving runs. But also too, in this tournament, what is going to be very important is how well fielders of all teams feel well and hold their catches or even half chances, but a much better delivery, Yorker length, and the batsman had to come down quickly upon it to avoid it thundering into the stumps, and in the end it played quietly out to a fielder at cover, and there is no run. So the Windward Islands really off to a good start after the Leeward Islands won the toss and invited them to have first knock. There are three venues where this under 15 tournament matches
19.
are being played. We have at the St. Mary's Park on the 19, pardon me. We have the at the St. Mary's Park in Keon, the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, here at the Connery Cricket Center, and at the El Comido Willett Park in Nevis.
Most definitely. So this tournament has started today. Winward Islands 60 for 1. Edwards, he's 19 from some 21 deliveries, and that one coming off of the pad. And Fontaine, who has just joined him, he's on 4 from 10. We have bowled some 9.4 overs, and it's 60 for 1. Victor, a solid start. Pascal, the opening batsman and captain, he went bowled off Miller. And since then, no real damage has been done, no real threat, as Fontaine and Edwards continue to bat on. And this one is flicked straight into the hands of Talonki, and he has poached it. Another drop catch. It's the third one for the day for Leeward Islands. And they are making a mess of their chances. That one was, I think, the simplest of them. Straight into the lap of Kunal, and he was unable to hold on to it, but he's been given some reassurance by his teammate, not to get him down. But Leewards will have to think about their fielding.
Well, he has been bowling a good Yorker. That is about the third one that we're seeing now, and it was the final delivery where he had to come down on it. And Novel, catches win matches, drop catches lose matches.
You are correct, and the truth is, I'm thinking to myself, I would not want to be in the team meeting this evening, because what has happened here this morning is that the 3 catches, they have all gone down off the bowling of the captain.
Yeah.
So whenever he's giving his team talk this evening after this game, I would want to be in a corner curled up and not having much to say, because they all have come off him.
Well, just don't shed no tears.
So just like that, he could have had 3 wickets.
Yeah, and that is so important, Novel, as we know, that catches usually win matches. It's true. It ain't just an adage. We're gonna see a change of bowling, and left arm spinner coming into the attack, and the left arm spinner who is coming into attack, we'll get his name shortly. And is it number 37? And it is. Well, and we will get it sorted out, no problem. But his left arm orthodox, keeper standing up, solitary slip, a point to cover, a man on the deep pressure cover, long off. And he is bowling a wide to start with, so not a good start. Another extra to the total. They're all going to count to this total of the Windward Islands. They're off to a good start. Well, Israel is his name, and quite an interesting
Israel
name.
Morton.
Israel Morton, and his left arm orthodox spinner. Well, he got his second delivery more in the area that he would have liked. Let us see what the third one would be like. Much better also too, but could not prevent the batsman from getting another run. And Novel, it is getting better for the Windward Islands in terms of building that solid foundation early on. And Israel left arm orthodox spinner, keeper standing up, a solitary slip, and a much better line delivery. So with Israel as a left arm orthodox spinner, and as we know, Mackenzie is a right arm leg break and googly bowler. So we will have to wait and see how good that they will work in partnership.
Well, if they are bowling in partnership.
If they are bowling in partnership.
And there is another misfield. And Leeward Islands not looking very tidy today.
So that Novel will give us an impression early. what was the Leeward Islands process in their preparation of the emphasis on fielding and catching, which I have not seen a good early sign as yet in that aspect?
Well, we haven't seen it. Sometimes, as I said, players go through varying things. This is a big tournament for most of these guys. They're looking to make a West Indies under-19 team. It's the first game, the pressures, the nerves, all that sort of thing playing on your mind. Some of these guys are getting a first opportunity. So these things do affect you. But if you speak about preparedness, the Leeward Islands team, they did have a 10-day camp in Nevis. So it's not that they were short of preparation, because they also would have played a recent tournament, and a lot of these guys also played in the cool and smooth as well. The Leeward Islands also had a T20 tournament very recent, so they are not short on cricket by any means. As I say, sometimes it's just players going through little things in their head that they're struggling with. But it's still 63 for one from some 11 overs bowled, and we have another bowling change coming up for you.
Well, and as you quite rightly say too, Novel, as this is the first encounter, this is the opening matches of the regional under-19 West Indies cricket tournament. Coming from that far end, it might just be Mackenzie. We will have to wait and see. If it is Mackenzie, well, bowling from the back of the arm, that is giving a suggestion that it looks like Mackenzie is going to come in from that far end, and it is Mackenzie. So very interesting combination then, but this guy has been really showing improvement, and here is his first delivery.
Well, it's a full toss, and not convincing running by Theo Edwards and Fontaine. They would need to be a bit more sure about their calling. It's Mackay McKenzie, and he's into his first over. It's 64 for 1 if you're just joining us. Leeward Islands winning the toss, asking Windward Islands to bat. Batter out is Stefan Pascal. He made 21, being bowled by Mackenzie. Mackenzie, he bowled 5 overs, picking up 1 wicket for 20 runs, and we might dare say, Victor, that should have been 3 or perhaps 4. He had 3 catches thus far dropped off him. That's the captain, Matthew Miller.
Well, but here is going to be an interesting period of play, because a man with ball in hand, he has been very successful so far in his career. Did that one keep a little on the low side? The batsman was on the back foot.
I think he may have kept a bit low.
but the batsmen then too, they will have to be careful of the back foot, because that has been the second delivery we have seen. Oh my, what a bounce there from the wrist spinner.
And turn. And turn. That's some exaggerated bounce and turn there by Mackenzie.
Would this be calling for probably a second slip? But it is early days yet. This is just his first over.
Well, you know, and that one has been pulled away to mid-wicket for 4. Diving was the man in mid-wicket, but he wasn't getting close to that. It was hammered and had 4 written all over it. I think I was just about to say, because of the challenge that leg spin produces, the art is a very difficult one. You would have the odd bad delivery produced by a bowler, so you would want to also protect your boundaries and not be overly aggressive and attacking. I think the solitary slip that's in would work for the moment, but he would need to get his lengths right, and that's a better delivery that's just pushed down to long off for 1, which takes the total now on to 69 for 1. Edwards on 21, Fontaine, he's on 10.
Yeah, and quite rightly said there, Novel, and it was his first over though, Mackenzie, and it is the more difficult of the art in spin, whether you're left arm or right arm, back of the hand or bowling. Usually, or most of the times, bowlers of that category do not just strike a very good length as their first delivery. Well, the exceptional, the late Shane Warne Jr., well, that was exceptional talent in that aspect. And here is Israel Doe, left arm orthodox spinner, and another run for the Windward Islands. So they are exchanging the strike quite nicely, and that is very important because bowlers would always have to think of different deliveries bowling to the various batsmen, especially when the singles have been consistently taken.
Yes, and we have the left arm leg spinner here on offer, and one of the matches have been played in Nevis to one that you may have played a long time against. And who are we talking about, Vic?
Well, it might just be El Comido, will it?
I wonder how many times he would have picked up this Victor Eddie's wicket.
Well, we will have to go into the records for that. I can't say it all that.
And this one has been hit down to long off, and it has been taken by Pluck. And trying to go over the top was Nathan Edwards, and did not measure it well, and Pluck ran in about some 5 yards and settled under it, and he goes out for 21, caught off the bowling of Israel Morton. It's 70-2.
And that invites now the refreshment for the players out there in the middle, and really plucked that one out of the air. So the second wicket going down, and it was a very appropriate time to Novel for them to take the wicket just before that refreshment break. So just a quick word to you, and we also will take a little
before we take
break.
the refreshment, though, the thing I would ask you as someone who is very particular about shot selection, was it necessary at this time for Edwards to be taking the risk to go over long off for 6? Would it not been more appropriate for him just to push that one for 1?
Yes, indeed. But if the fieldsman was then inside of the 30-yard circle, I think that shot selection would have been more appropriate. But with the fielder right back on the boundary, I'm agreeing with you, Novel. You should have just played it down to Pluck at long off, all along the ground, get the single, take the required refreshment break,
right,
and that would have been more appropriate.
And with a current run rate of 5.5, I think they're going very well. It's 70-2, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, Winward Islands batting. They have just lost the wicket of Edwards for 21, and we will take a very short break and be back with you with more commentaries here from the Connery Cricket Centre. You back to the Connery Cricket Centre. We've just had the fall of a wicket and some drink break, sorry. And the incoming batter appears to be Luvio Charles. It's 70 for 2. Windward Islands taking first strike. And Israel Morton, the man who picked up the last wicket, was caught pluck as Edwards departed. It's Luvio Charles, the man who is about to face. Thought Theo Edwards was batting really well. He wouldn't have taken any risk whatsoever. And he decided to go over the top and perish doing so. Israel Morton, left arm leg spinner. That one was very flat and quick. And he's a diminutive bowler, very short in stature. He's not going to get a lot of bounce. Much slower delivery, allowing that one to turn off the pitch. But it was as good a delivery it was equally well played by Luvio Charles. He's just come in, hasn't scored as yet, and must be assessing the things now. The Winward Islands going at just under 5.5 and over. So at this stage, there's no need for any great risk. Just managing the situation, taking ones and twos if they are on offer, and any bad delivery. But you have McKenzie, the leg spinner, right arm leg spinner coming from the far end. And he has the capability of picking wickets up. We've seen him in varying tournaments here. And the Windward Islands batters would want to be very watchful. And I would suggest when they get bad deliveries, try to put them away. That one is down the leg side and it's swung down to deep backward square. Just one as Fontaine moves his tally on to 12. It's 71 for 2. We're in the 14th over. You could see Mackenzie ringing the changes. Left-hander now, Vic, that he is bowling to in Luvio Charles. And he will have the spin coming to him that he could go leg side if he wishes to. Well, hitting against the spin with some confidence, Vic. That one was thumped through extra cover region for 4. Luvio Charles getting to the pitch of it, and with some ease, he hit that one powerfully through the extra cover region for 4.
Yeah, and the placing was very good, and he made the stride nicely too by getting to the pitch of it. His emphasis was not on immense power, but the placement was superb, and he earned himself 4 good-looking runs.
And that one is steered past the man at the short backward point is running down, and they're going to pick up 2 pluck, was the man chasing it. I was mentioning at the start of the over that the ball will be coming into Charles, but he seems very good to the offside just by those 2 shots that he's played. He's not too concerned about going leg side at all.
Well, playing it on its merit, that is the general aspect that will be coming from his coach, and he has been doing it well. But what can also be posing some challenges for Mackenzie too, with the left hand and right hander at the crease, whereby he have to make those variations of adjustments, and it's not an easy task, as you yourself would know that, Novel, as a spinner as yourself in your day. But a much better pitch delivery, and the batsman just quietly played it out to a short extra cover where Mackenzie himself, sporting the number 73 on the back of his jersey, was able to field.
I have to agree with you, Vic. It's always a bit of a challenge for any bowler when you have a left hand, right hand combination to make that adjustment in line. Well, the Leeward Islands team, more running up, celebrating for LBW. They would need to stand and hold their ground and appeal. I don't think that's something that's encouraged in cricket. You would want not to be celebrating. You're just supposed to appeal and wait for the decision from the umpires. But what I was suggesting for left and right and combination, you have to make that adjustment, and it's even, I think, even a bigger challenge for the leg spinner, where we know the art is so touchy, but it emphasizes now the need for Winwards to continue to pick singles up and to disrupt that little line and length that any bowler would be trying to establish.
But I'm in agreement with you there, Novel. The celebration aspect, really, even though the wicketkeeper might have thought it was a close decision, the use of the thing is to ask the umpire, but not to really celebrate like it is obvious that it is out, because that will be the indication to our viewers who are with us, and we welcome you to the Under-19 Regional Cricket Tournament. And this match is here at the Connery Cricket Centre is between the Leeward and Windward Islands, and there is also another game at St Mary's Park in Keon, also one in St Paul's Recreation Ground, and one at the El Comido Village Park in Nevis. As the day goes along too, we will try to get some scores from the other venues and the matches, but that will all come in the process as the day's play continues here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, Israel, the left-arm orthodox spinner, is operating from the media centre end, and he has found a much better line and length to Novel. Israel, the left-arm orthodox spinner, and Mackenzie, the right-arm leg break and googly bowler. They are now bowling in partnerships, so we will have to wait and see what will be their successes. Well, no runs so far out of this over. So, one run, pardon me. And really, that's the good thing about our efficient scorers, keeping us on our toes. We really appreciate it. And that delivery, actually, no run. The umpire must just be indicating to his umpire at point position, because the left-hander batting, one legal delivery is still yet to be bowled, and here is it. And it's quietly played out to short extra cover. That concludes the over. So overall, how much overs has been bowled, Novel, so far in the total?
Oh, well, 15 completed. It's total 78 for 2.
Is this a good score at this present moment?
From 15 overs, I would suggest so. You have a run rate of better than 5 and over, and you can use, the team, Winwards can use this opportunity to build a platform from here on out, which they can launch later on if they're able to keep wickets intact. I like the look of Leeward Charles, though. He looks a very positive batter.
Well, the positive bowler has the ball in hand. Plays out to cover his Mackenzie, bowling from that far end. But in his opening overs, though, Novel, and we know how it is always a challenge, he has been a little on the expensive side, Mackenzie. And but anyway, he eventually, as he bowl more overs, he will most likely get into a better line and length.
Well, some persons would say high risk, high reward.
Well,
tends to give it some air, give it a chance to do something off of the pitch, and we would have seen one bouncing and spinning pretty aggressively in his first over, but he hasn't settled himself down just yet, finding the right lines and length. And if I were batting, I would not want him to, so I would be taking the chance now, Vic, to try and get at him just a bit. And that one bouncing appreciably, and defended quite comfortably though by Charles. And for something about Charles that I like, he just looks that sort of player who, if he gets going, can be very dangerous.
Yeah, and so far he has looked good so far. And
chopping that
more
one.
Runs. Well, actually 2 more runs played down to third man. So, and he used the pace of that delivery quite nicely. He did not try to hit it hard. He just placed it away from the field at point, who had to come down to third man. But in that process, the batsmen, they were able to get 2 more runs. Sorry. Spinner bowling a no ball there, probably overstepping the crease or going wide of the crease, but a free hit. And also 1 more to the total. Only one way batsmen can be out off of a free hit, and that's run out. I myself, to Novel, I have never seen it. Not saying that it never happened, but I think that is going to be a rare aspect of a free hit where you'll see a batsman getting run out. But in all possibilities, it would have happened, and probably it wouldn't be often. And quite good use of it. And he has gotten himself 6 runs over the straight long off boundary. So really a good strike, and taking all good use of that free hit and earning himself 6 runs.
Yes, hit that so easily, Vic. It didn't seem to even... Timing was excellent. And as I said, just something about this guy, Charles, just looks very positive. Looks like he can tear into a bowling attack if he gets going. And very strong on the offside. He seems hell-bent on scoring offside, but that 6 just said something to me. The timing, the ease of it, he didn't look to overhit the ball, just picked the length and stroked it over long off for 6.
Yeah, it was well timed, and we're just going to get a little quick update on how many overs Mackenzie has bowled, how many runs, because it seems like he's a little on the expensive side, so my scorer would give me that information in a little while.
Well, Vic, some scores from the other games.
Okay, good.
The USA under 19 men won. They're playing against Jamaica over in St. Mary's Keon. It's 64 for 1. The USA team batting. And in USA under 19 men 2, they're playing against Trinidad and Tobago. They're in St. Paul's, and it's 63 without loss from some 12.3 overs. And over in Nevis at the El Comedio Willett Stadium, it's Barbados and Guyana, and Barbados, they are 69 for 1 from 12.2 overs.
Well, there you had it from Novel. Thank you very kindly, and we will keep you abrasive as to what's going on as we have gotten the first update at the other venues, what is taking place, and well appreciated there by Novel Mockall. But one more run to the Windward Islands, and Mackenzie Novel, off of his 3 overs, has conceded some 23 runs. So early on, a bit expensive, but that is understandable because, as we quite readily said, that right arm or left arm leg break and googly bowlers, it is more difficult of the art. But here is Israel Doe, a little different. He is left arm orthodox spinner, keeper standing up. There's a man at point, a man on the deep extra cover boundary, a short extra cover, a mid off, a short square leg, a mid wicket, and a long on. One played out to point, no run. So Israel having well done, having a good spell so far, and sporting the number 37 on the back of his jersey, short in stature and flighted delivery, and played down to a fielder who is coming off of the long on boundary. But in the meantime, both batsmen, they were able to get another run. So the Windward Islands, and obviously with the left-hander there now, and the strike being exchanged, bowlers have to think of a different line and length. Israel is going down the leg side. We'll have to wait and see the signal coming from the umpire. Is he going to signal a wide? It would appear so. We will wait and see. And he has changed it, so it is in any way a leg by, but one more to the total. Novel. So the Windward Islands should be a little pleased with their start. They will just like to consolidate, obviously, with that. But if the Leeward Islands is going to get back drastically into the game, they will have to take early wickets from here on in, and try to curtail that momentum, that momentum of a partnership between these two.
Indeed. Israel Morton, though, he has been very tight. 4 overs just for some 8 runs, and he's picked up a wicket. So he needs some support from the other end, and Mackenzie would want to try and become a little bit tighter than he is. He's going for some almost 8 runs over.
Yeah, 3 overs, 23 runs. Let us see what his 4th over would produce. And Another run played out to the fielder coming off the deep and wide long off boundary. So 24 runs now off of Mackenzie over so far. He's now into his fourth, operating from the far end of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Lovely day for cricket so far, and we are all anticipating and hope that it will maintain for the remaining of the day and for all the matches throughout St. Kitts and the one in Nevis. Outside the off stump, spinning further across the right-hander. A little quicker through the air from Mackenzie. So he's mixing up his deliveries. And here is he with a solitary slip, a point, a cover, a man on the wide long off boundary. A much better delivery and a much better over so far by Mackenzie. So probably Novell might be coming more into his own in this his fourth over. And,
yes, using some time to probably find his areas, and that one much slower through the air. So probably now coming out of the hand a little bit better. Vic, sometimes as a spinner, that's what it's about. You get that feel as it comes out of the hand. You know, when it starts feeling good coming out of the hand, it starts pitching better as well. And as a leg spinner, as I say, it's a difficult art. So that in itself, so you could see that he's looking a little more confident. Look at how he's now jogging around and probably just finding that feel out of the hand. And he has helped that directly straight into the hand of Kunal. A short delivery, Vic, of all the deliveries that should produce a wicket. That one was a half tracker. And Fontaine rocked back and picked out the short mid-wicket. And he goes for 16.
And fortunately there for Mackenzie, as you quite rightly said there, Novell, it was a short pitch delivery. But unfortunately, the batsman just found the fielder hitting it straight to short mid-wicket, and Mackenzie getting his first wicket. That might just bring a little more enterprising aspect for Mackenzie, whereby he might just get it much more consistently appropriate with good line and lengths. But Novell, in the cool and smooth which was played at Warner Park 2025, for all that the cricket that I witnessed before I actually start playing, and all the cricket matches that I have seen at Warner Park, I will put down that in my view as the greatest catch I have seen that Mackenzie took. And I think he was a part of the broadcast too, and you yourself saw it. You might have a different aspect to what you have seen of catches taken at Warner Park, but for me, that is the greatest catch I did see from Mackenzie.
Well, Mackenzie is an excellent fielder as well to go with his bowling. He is a very agile, very quick, very athletic sort of a person. And he was diving, I think it was to his right in Warner Park, yes, in a T20 match. But we're here in Connery, and he just picked up his first wicket in this tournament and probably will be looking to pick up many more. But I might dare say Fontaine should have dispatched that one somewhere outside of Connery Sporting Complex. He should have hit that one anywhere he wanted to, other than in the hands of Kunal Talonki. But we continue, and it's Charles, the man working that one down to deep backward square, as we also have a new batter at the crease. But to just update you, it's 93. It is for 3 from some 94 for 3 from 18.1 overs. Israel Morton is the man picking up the attack for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, and every time a new batsman will have to come to the crease, it can probably just slow up the process of the scoring rate, whereby all new batsmen coming at the crease, sometimes, most of the times, it takes some time for them to get themselves in, get the nature of the pitch. Well, quite a different, interesting field placing. We're seeing 2 slips now being placed. So what can be deployed here now, Novell?
Well, because I think that's because Morton has been very tight. He has not given much away. He's into his 5th over. Just some 9 runs been scored off him.
Very good.
And the new batsman is Kurt Murray. He has just joined here, and that's one of the things that I find that Morton does really well, Vicky. He gives the ball a little bit of ear, and what he did just now is he put that one just wide of off stump, just inviting a drive from Murray, especially since he's just come in, and he's doing it again. So a lot of good thinking it is from Morton, in my view.
Yeah, indeed. And what is also good too about the captain, as is a new batsman coming to the crease to just put a fielder in that second slip position, which is more attacking, and that will also inspire Israel.
One of the things that I might have done just a little bit different, and Captain Miller will learn as he go along, is the man who is at point, I would even push him just a touch more behind point, because if the right-hand batter is to drive at that one, Vic, it will peel a little further backward point than it will go straight to a dead point area.
Yeah, and essentially too, because Israel, the left-arm orthodox spinner, is getting spin on the delivery, so that will be a more appropriate position to place a fieldsman. Quite nicely observed there by you, Noval. But Mackenzie, let us see if, even though that was a delivery that he earned the wicket, which was short, if this might just motivate him even more to get his activity in his bowling armory, more in terms of attacking deliveries, more on good line and lengths. But we will have to wait and see for that.
Well, Vic, the last over, I must say, he bowled one bad delivery, and that was the one that picked up the wicket. So sometimes, a series of dot balls can put pressure on a batter, and when he got the delivery to put away, he wasn't able to pick the boundary, but pick the man out in short mid-wicket. So much better delivery here to Charles. And I will say, though, I don't think Charles is the batter he would want to bowl bad deliveries to. He just looks one who is capable of putting away bad deliveries.
Yeah, and also to what is good about him, he is prepared to play the balls on its merit, and he's doing it well so far. But Mackenzie coming a lot much better now. No doubt that wicket that he took would have inspired him, so he looks a lot much more comfortable now in his deliveries. And here is he operating from the far end and asking the umpire, but the umpire is not interested. And Mackenzie has this way of anytime he struck the pads, he looked like he's celebrating, thinking that he will get a wicket, but probably that is just his emotion, no bad intention really. And really, the Windward Islands, they are batting first after the Leeward Islands won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre. You are actually viewing West Indies Regional Under 19 tournament. And here is Mackenzie, short coming into the left-hander. He played it down to a wide mid-on area, but Mackenzie, who is very athletic, moved nicely to his left and prevented the batsman from getting another run. Out to short extra cover. A good over by Mackenzie so far. And really looks like he's coming more into his own. He has a way of tossing the ball from right to left hand before he actually comes in and bowls now. And a delivery played out to short mid-wicket. One run came off of that over, or no run? A maiden? Is that his first maiden over? Okay, so for the game, you see, our scorers keeping us on our toes, Noval, and Mackenzie bowling a maiden over. So that wicket has given him much more inspiration, and he has bowled actually the first maiden, and we truly appreciate that from our scorers drawing to our attention. But Israel, though, he's having a very good spell from the media centre end. Two slips, a first and a second. He's left-arm orthodox spinner. There is a man at point. There is a short extra cover, but there is a deep extra cover on the boundary, and a long off just beneath us here. Flighted delivery, and one played down to wide long on. And in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. But To an instance, no. I think the scoring rate might have just slowed down a bit, but not to the extent that they are not going at a good strike rate so far. A quicker delivery, but another run played down to long off. No, well, I always sometimes think that with a new batsman coming to the crease, instead of having the long off and long on, just bring them inside the 30-yard circle for the new batsman, and then you could put it back out for the batsman who has been in.
Well, that's something that can be done, and that sometimes maybe depending on the bowler himself.
If he has the confidence.
Yes, the confidence that he could manage that situation. And sometimes really we see it at all levels of cricket. Once it reaches a certain point and you could relax the field, it's just relaxed until the game is over. But I do agree with you. But in terms of the scoring rate, it has fallen off somewhat, Vic. It was at one point we were going at 5.75 and over. Now we're down to 4.68. So 96 for 3 from 20.4. It's not bad as you would have suggested, but it has slowed down somewhat. And one of the persons responsible for that would be Israel Morton. He's now into his 6th over with just some 12 runs conceded off of it thus far.
Yeah, and with the single just taken down to the fielder just beneath us here at the media centre end, I find that the batsmen, they were just trolling for the single instead of even looking purposeful to put some pressure on the fielder coming off the long off boundary. And with the fielder seeing that the batsman running quickly, sometimes you just tend to take your eyes off the ball and can get a next run. But that was not the position. So when balls are played out into the wide areas of the field, it would look more appropriate if the batsmen are looking for every available run and not just conceded that it's one run, which was obvious. But in the meantime, another run to the total. That concludes the over for Israel. And Mackenzie bowling the first maiden over in this innings so far. He's the right-arm leg break googly bowler, bowling from that far. And he's going to continue. So his confidence has grown much more after taking that wicket and also bowling the first maiden over of this innings.
Yeah, most definitely. That one down the leg side may have come off of the pad. The wicket keeper is appealing.
The umpire is giving the out now.
Well, he's signaling he's going LBW. Perhaps pitching in line, Victor, from our vantage point. The umpire is in the best decision, but I wasn't thinking that was out LBW. It may have pitched in line and might have been spinning as well, but he clipped the pad. And Luvio, the man who goes for 19 off the bowling of Mackenzie, and that's the second wicket there for Mackenzie. We're hoping we could see a possible review of that if it's available. It's not available, but it's 98 for 4. Luvio goes LBW off the bowling of Mackenzie. So Leeward Islands now, Vic, I would say they're in the ascendancy here.
Yeah, and the thing was too that because I was looking at the wicket keeper to see if he was moving, trying to go down the leg side, but he stood in a stationary position. And that was an indication to me that the wicketkeeper was not moving down the leg side. If it was going down the leg side, then the wicketkeeper would have shown signs of moving, but he stood in a stationary position. So Mackenzie getting his second wicket, and by the LBW decision, and the Leeward Islands coming more into the balance of this encounter here against the Windward Islands. The Leeward Islands won the toss and invited the Windward Islands to bat first. We are right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and it's the Under-19 2025 Regional Cricket Tournament. Matches being played at St. Mary's Park in Keon, that's in St. Kitts, and also at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and at the El Comido Willett Park in Nevis. Mackenzie continues from the far end. Another good delivery played out to mid-off. there is no run. So Mackenzie having taken his second wicket. What does his figures look like so far? We will get that shortly for you, our listeners and viewers. Mackenzie is in, flighted delivery, and 5.2 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 2 wickets. So he's bowling with much more confidence now after he has ascended into the wickets column. Flighted delivery, well struck out to a fielder who has lost his footing but was able to cover the ball from going into the wide cover boundary for fours. But in the meantime, though, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. Mackenzie, 5.4 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 2 wickets. And this young man, he continues to ascend in his bowling art, right arm, leg break and googlies. Good delivery, right on a good line and length. All the batsman can do is come forward and quietly played it out to short extra cover, and there is no run. Mackenzie, right arm, leg break, googly bowler. What would he do on this occasion? A full toss, being struck out to deep extra cover. There's a man coming off of the deep extra cover boundary, and that would have completed Mackenzie's 6th over. And the 100 has been posted by the Windward Islands, but in that process, they have lost 4 wickets. Novel, the Leeward Islands have reignited themselves back into a good position in this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre after winning the toss and asking the Windward Islands to bat. So they would figure now that they can challenge them, that is the Leeward Islands can challenge the Windward Islands to a modest total. But there's going to be a change of bowling from this the media centre end over.
Well, they would think that they have recovered from the 3 early drop catches. 100 for 4. We have Kunal Tolokani coming into the attack, replacing Israel Morton, who bowled some 6 overs for 13 runs and picked up 1 wicket. So we have the Murrays at the crease. We have Kurt, and he's bowled. Kurt Murray going for an almighty heave over mid-wicket. Kunal Tolokani coming into the attack with his first delivery and playing all over it was Kurt Mackenzie. He goes bowled for 3. Kurt Murray, going bowled for 3. I was just about to ask if they are brothers or have some relation, but that partnership has been broken. It's 100 for 5. Winward Islands batting here at the Connery Sporting Complex.
Well, it was a short pitch delivery and the batsman eyes open up wide, but the thing was he was sitting across the line of delivery. It was a delivery though, even though it was short pitch, it was pitched between wicket and wicket. He missed out and was clean bowled. So the Leeward Islands would be very pleased now that remembering that they dropped 2 early catches. Three catches, pardon me, and now they have played themselves back into the game in a commanding position, and we will have to wait and see with the new batsman of the crease what would be the field placement be like. But I always believe that whomsoever, don't just put them in a comfort zone too early whereby they have not faced the delivery. So put some more pressure in terms of fielders in closer positions to the wicket, and let the batsman see, because right now we are seeing a man on the long off boundary and a deep long off boundary. Novel, I would prefer that if they come into the 30-yard circle, because the new batsmen have not received a delivery at this present moment.
Well, it is some pressure that can be applied, but I must say kudos to Kunal as he bowls his second delivery here. And that one is out caught! McDowell goes caught off the bowling of Kunal Tolokani, and he is now on a hat-trick. I was about to say to you, Vic, he would have dropped a sitter earlier in the inning, and chopping away at that delivery was McDowell. He goes out caught without scoring, and Tolokani is on a hat trick. After he dropped a sitter at square legged off his captain, he has come back, Vic, and he has been doing a seriously good job in his first two deliveries. It's 100, it is for 6.
Yes, and a magnificent peel of bowling by the young man, and he would have definitely made up for that the drop opportunity that he gave early on. He is now on a hat trick, and what a good way to start for this young man in this under-19 regional cricket tournament. It is the Leeward Islands right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and they are up against the Windward Islands. Well, Novel, a good way for the young man to start this tournament, and it will be even more enterprising if he gets the hat trick. That is always such a prize for bowlers, and I have not seen in recent times or for a very long time where a bowler would take 4 straight wickets, which would be quadruplet. Well, this is a possibility for the young man to get a hat trick. Well, and I think now that it is more an awareness now to be having feelers more closer to the wicket. We can see that Pluck is coming off the long off boundary. There's 2 slips so far. There is a man at point, short extra cover. Yes, doing the appropriate thing now, the captain.
There's a leg slip as well.
That's right. And what would be this delivery? Can it be the hat trick? Let us wait and see.
Tolokani into, and he's defending. A very good delivery. Oh my. This can be calamitous. Again.
Okay, a run off of the overthrow.
Tolokani would be very disappointed, Vic. There shouldn't have been a run there. The fielder, that was Mackenzie. He did some ordinary work, but the throw was poor, and they were able to get a run. So the new batsman gets off strike, and it's 101 for 6.
Well, the Leeward Islands have played themselves back into the game, because remembering, apart from the early chances when the innings opened up for the Windward Islands, and then they went on to a good opening start. But since then, the Leeward Islands bowling attack has come back very well into the own, and especially the young man. And here is a peel, but no doubt coming off of the batsman pad and going to the second slip fielder. And good strategy by the captain for the Leeward Islands, having the 2 slips in place with such a successful over in the process.
Well, yes, the Winward Islands now are under some pressure and would need a good inning from both Kirsten Murray and Isaiah Jones, and both of them are just on 1, so they must dig in here and be very disciplined. But Tolokani, he's not giving them an out. He's been very, very tight on the off stump and not giving anything away.
So very productive over for the young man, getting 2 wickets. So he has started this tournament on a very good note.
I would say so. He wouldn't be more... Well, his bowling has started on a good note.
That's right.
His initial situation was that he dropped an easy catch off of the captain very early on. But, Victor, one of the things that I would say, his mental strength came to fore there, because at times, we were playing cricket, you drop a catch, it plays on your mind a little bit. And for him to be able to recover from that and produce the deliveries that he just did, I would say kudos to the young man.
Yeah, and confidence now will be in his column, and well deserving so. And I think his line and length was appropriate, and the 2 wickets he got was well deserving. And the Mackenzie now also too, who has come more into his own, he's going to continue from that far end. And he had 6 overs, 26 runs, 2 wickets. Mackenzie, he continues now. This is his 7th, getting a lot of bunks, and that should be an indication of encouragement for bowlers on the Windward Islands, more so if they have leg break googly bowlers, or even left arm orthodox spinners, or even off spinners. Once you see that bunks, any spinner can get the bunks that we are seeing that Mackenzie is getting. But most of the times, spinners tend to get more bunks than the other spinners. But here is one cutaway. Does it have the legs to get to the 3rd man boundary? It doesn't appear so. But in the meantime, were the batsmen back for the 2nd run?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so 2 more runs to the total.
Yes, that one was another bad delivery by Mackenzie, and I think he's at the stage where he's thinking he can be very aggressive, Vic. He's going to look to flight a bit more. And once he gets that done, he's going to try to put the batters under pressure. Jones and Murray, the two at the crease for the Windward Islands. If there anyone in the Windward Islands just joining us, we say good morning to you. That one again, he's driving at one, pushing at one. That ran out to second slip. And Matthew Miller was the man who took the catch off Tolokani earlier. And he seems to have good hands.
Well, they really need them now with the wickets going down. The Leeward Islands will need to take every opportunity, if given, to hand. That means in terms of catches, if they present themselves, because they have definitely, that the Leeward Islands have definitely played themselves back into the game in a very good position. And who has the ball in hand? Also, a wicket taker, Mackenzie.
Well, yes, but Vic, I think the coach of the Winward Islands team, John Eugene, he would be very disappointed with some of the approaches made. I think very early on, there was the first wicket. The second wicket that went down was Edwards, the opening batter, to Israel Morton when he tried to hit one over the top, unnecessarily so. And it sort of made an opening and an inroad for the Leeward Islands to play on. And I think at that stage, he really should have been just looking to manipulate the strike. And that one, his ball all ends up. Morton, was it Isaiah Jones, looking to hit one again across the line. And his center stump has been uprooted by Micaiah McKenzie. And that is his third wicket.
Yes, and he's also demonstrated a lot of times we see where bowlers off to a bad start, but then ends on a good note. Well, not really. He has totally ended Mackenzie in his allotted 10 overs, which is bowlers are allowed to bowl in this under 19. Each bowler allowed to bowl 10 overs, but he has gotten his third wicket. And seeing how the spinners for the Leewards look so far, Novel, it's going to be a stronger segment of the Leeward Islands bowling attack in this under 19 tournament series 2025. We have seen Israel, we have seen Mackenzie, who we know has that high reputation of potential to really develop into being a world-class spinner, and the Leeward Islands, they are doing very good in terms of how this encounter started after the Leeward Islands won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre and asked the Windward Islands to bat. Well, when new batsmen come at the crease and wickets keep going down to, the fielding team have the options whereby they can be place fielders in more attacking positions.
Indeed, and Tolokani, the man who has bowled one over, he has picked up 2 wickets. He will continue to apply pressure. Oh, and that one is coming off the pad, but it's much outside of the off stump. So there would not be a decision made by the umpire. But as I just said, Tolokani, Vic, he has not bowled anything bad since he started. And putting, I would say, lower order batters now under pressure, where they're not going to see many bad deliveries. If he maintains that, he could create some problems. But on the leg spinner, Mackenzie, he's young, but I would say very experienced. He has played a lot of cricket. So even if he has 1 or 2 bad overs, he has the ability to mentally get himself under control and work himself back into a bowling spell. And that he has done. But he reminds me of my first opportunity, Vic, of seeing under 19 cricket here in St. Kitts. I think it would have been in 1992 or 1993, but the leg spinner on show around that time was a young man by the name of Mahendra Nagamutu, and he would have played in that under 19 tournament here in St. Kitts. I was just about 13 years old around that time when Nagamutu and the likes of Shanda Paul and our very own Joni Mitchum would have played in that under 19 tournament here in St. Kitts. You had players like Mervyn Dillon and Marlon Black. They played in the 92-93 version of that under 19 tournament.
And of that under 19 tournament, we did see so many players who went to the highest level to actually play Test cricket for the West Indies, and no doubt we will be seeing some of that also to transpired in this series, because many players from the under 19 tournaments over the years have gone on to represent the West Indies at the highest level, and some of those players to also intervene in regional teams like the Combined Islands, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana and Jamaica. So this has always been a foundation of development where we can see a lot of players emulating to the highest level from this tournament. But what we would like to see overall, Novel, a completion of better out cricket in terms of the fielding and catching processes. And so far in this Leeward Islands theme, though, we have seen some early chances and opportunities of catches. So we would also like to see a comprehensive, compact series where the fielding come vastly important in teams here in this tournament. But Mackenzie continues, and there is no one played out to short extra cover.
Cricket is a game that has three departments. You have batting, bowling, and the other aspect is fielding. You could bowl really well and field and catch really poorly. It really offers you little. And the Leeward Islands, I would say, they would have come back into this game. Oh wow, that was a powerful throw there by Israel Morton. He went for the direct hit, but good backing up being done by Tolokani. So that is a good aspect of the feeling that we just saw. But I would say, Vic, the start from the Leeward Island would have been ordinary with the catching, but they have worked themselves back into it. And I mentioned at the time, perhaps it might have been a little bit of nerves creeping into players who might be playing their first tournament, but they have recovered and recovered well. But I would dare say that I think the Winwards would have played into their hands to some degree with some of the shot selection that I saw. I think the opening batsman, he was well set and batting well, and he gave his hand away to Israel Morton, and he made an opening for the Leeward Islands to get back into this one. Another appeal goes up, and the dreaded finger is being raised now for Edmund, and he is going to go LBW to the bowling of Mackenzie as he picks up his foot, and he goes without scoring. It's 105, it is for 8. The Winwards here slumping in the 26th over.
Yes, indeed, another productive delivery there from Mackenzie. And Mackenzie, Novel, he always appears like he is very confident when he strikes batsman pad. Probably it's a delivery where he uses as a straighter delivery and does not try to impart any spin on the ball. So probably that is where the emotion comes from, where he's that jubilant in his appeal and getting another wicket. And the Leeward Islands definitely, Novel, has played themselves suddenly back into this first encounter of this under 19 regional cricket tournament being played in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Well, yes, that one was looking pretty adjacent, and it's one in modern terms they would call a slider, where you tend to want to hit the ball on the shiner side, where it would skid quickly onto the batter. And for a lower order batsman, he wouldn't have been able to negotiate that one. He pushed his foot down the wicket but wasn't able to get bat on it, and he was out LBW. As this brings about, Vic, the second water break here in the Connery Sporting Complex, and we are going to take a very quick break. It's 105 for 8. Windward Islands batting, being asked to bat by the Leeward Islands after the Leeward Islands won the toss, inserted the Windward Islands, and they have now made massive inroads. It's 105 for 8. We take a short break.
Right after the refreshment break here at the Connery Cricket Centre, the Leeward Islands have definitely played themselves in a commanding position after winning the toss earlier this morning and inviting the Windward Islands to have first knock. And the man with the ball in hand is Mackenzie. He has 4 wickets to his column thus far, and one played out to short point, and there is no run. So the Leeward Islands would be very pleased in their drastic comeback into this first encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Lovely day for cricket. Nice sunshine, no immediate threat of any sign of any rain. And really, the conditions also too out in the middle for the players, with a nice cool breeze coming from east to west, coming across the ground. So as much as the sun is shining, it is not really like probably other venues where players would be really drained, as such to speak. But another good delivery by Mackenzie and Novell. He has really come back into his own quite nicely, and right after the refreshment break, come in and bowl in another productive over. So as you would see, and you will have his figures now, which reads,
oh yes, he is 8 overs, 1 made and 29 runs. But the more important column, he has 4 wickets. He has broken the back of the Windward Islands, but I think the damage was really done initially by the man with ball in hand, Kunal Tolokani. He picked up 2 wickets in successive deliveries, and he's now 2 overs, 2 runs, 2 wickets. It's 105 for 8. But I think this is really a massive crumble here by the Windward Islands. That they were at 1.46. It is without loss, or 41 for the fall of the first wicket. I'll get that verification from our scorers very shortly. But they had a very good opening stand, and wickets just fell too regularly in the middle order. No one stood up to bat, and the Leeward Islands are now massively in the ascendancy.
Yes, and the man with the ball in hand, he has been one of the major, if not the major cause of this slump by the Windward Islands, after he was on a hat-trick, getting 2 wickets in succession, and very valuably supported by Mackenzie, who operated from the far end, still maintaining 2 slips, which is very appropriate for the young man, right on line, playing it down to short third man. But in the meantime, the Windward Islands would get another valuable run, and all the runs would be very appropriate now. However, and whatever form or fashion that the Windward Islands can get runs, it will be well appreciated for their column.
Well, yes, Vic. So the fall of the wickets were wicket number 1. The score was 41, and we were just at 5.6 overs. Then the second wicket fell at 70. It was Theo Edwards, and this is the gentleman who I think played an injudicious shot. He should have been a lot more circumspect at the time, and that one is finding itself to the deep mid-wicket boundary, or we would want to say the wide long-arm boundary for 4. A good pull shot. It was short, but Vic, one of the things, it stayed low, but he went low to get it and was able to get it into the gap. So I was suggesting that Theo Edwards, he played a poor shot off of Israel Morton. I should probably just be looking to get one, try to go over the top, and he perished. Then there was a small partnership built of 23, but Fontaine, he went when the score was on 93, and then wickets fell regularly at 98, 100, another one on 100, 103 and 105. So with an opening stand of 41 from 5.6 overs, one could say it's massive capitulation here by the Windward Islands. Another good sweep shot here, and that one is in the gap, and that will be 4 more. A very good shot being played here by Kirsten Murray as he moves on to 12 from some 17 delivery. He's looking to mount a small fight back here by the Windward Islands. 115 for 8.
Yeah, very good execution. It was all along the ground and sweetly timed. And even though there is a feeler on the deep square leg boundary, it traveled so quickly, he never had a chance.
Well, I think Murray Vic will have to manipulate the strike here, as he is the more capable batter of the players left, and he is now on 13. Top scores thus far: Stephen Pascal 21, Theo Edwards 21, Fontaine he got to 16. So players getting starts, Vic, but not carrying on. Luvio Charles, a player I think who will do well in this tournament, he got to 19, and after that, not much more to write home about. Thus far, Murray, he's on 13 and would want to continue batting. We're just in over number 27. Lots of overs to play, Victor.
Well, and that is a very valiant point that you have made there, Novel. Knowing before this tournament, and this tournament actually is about 50 overs tournament, and then batsmen must realize that there is so many deliveries, that's legal deliveries, has to be bowled in 50 overs. So if you spend time at the crease, there is so much deliveries that you face. Batsmen can actually get hundreds, but you have
quite
to,
easily. There are 300 deliveries on offer, legal ones.
Yeah.
And with the amount of wides that the number of wides that the Leeward Islands they have bowled thus far, you get extra deliveries.
And it might come into 325 legal deliveries.
Can eventually.
You know? But here is another run by the Windward Islands, and every run now for the Windward Islands is extremely important in any form or fashion.
Well, I think at 116 for 8 from 27, not knowing the capability of the lower order players, they must be looking at a total of somewhere around 140, to pose some form of a challenge.
Well, the thing is, too, that we have seen also so consistently in the game of cricket, Novel, that teams or totals, figuratively, some would say, a small total, but then if the team chasing and early wickets go down, it seems like the total is that big. So,
yes.
That is all these things the game does present, but that we're still far away from that aspect.
Very
but
far.
The Leeward Islands have played themselves magnificently back into the game, though, and the spinners have been the main contributions coming from the spinners. That is why the Leewards are in a very commanding position at this particular moment. Indeed,
and Mackenzie continues to work away. A bit of a short delivery there, getting some bounce, and Johan was looking to cut that one, missed out, and Mackenzie into his 9th over. They will be very happy to see him come off the ball sometime soon, but he continues to work away from the far end, and he's certainly looking, Victor, hoping that he can pick up a 5-wicket haul, and that will be in the back of his mind, but presenting a number of dot balls here to Joel Duran at this moment in time. A short one, and he's almost steering that one into the second slip, and that one could have been a run, but Murray is turning down that one, Victor.
Well, for moments I thought our scorers were shouting caught.
Well, he got back and was steering it.
All that anticipation.
Almost steered it into the hands of the second slip.
Yeah.
But fortunately it went wide, and I understand why Murray turned the run down, because he's now going to take the strike, as that was the last ball of the over. And 117 it is for 8. And
that would have concluded Mackenzie's 9th over?
9 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs. He's picked up 4 wickets.
So a bad start and a good ending for Mackenzie.
It's been going well.
He had a bad start because he had 3 overs where 23 runs was scored off of him off his first 3, and then coming back nicely. But he has always demonstrated that potential, though, of development, Mackenzie, but also well supported by the man with the ball in hand now.
Tolokani, this one is being swept again, going down the leg side, perhaps coming off of the pad. We wait for the indication by the umpire. Yes, it's a leg by.
Well, you did not have to put on your glasses.
Well, we don't, but we still have to wait
and see.
For what
that's
the
right.
umpire
That's
will
right.
suggest. He's in control of the game out there.
I just wanted to add a little humor.
You did.
Yeah, and but in lovely conditions for cricket, though. Nice sunshine here at Connery Cricket Centre. And this young man, though, he has also too very good potential. He looks like he enjoys his art, and he has demonstrated that nicely so far.
Yes, Tolokani, he's looking good. But Victor, just a quick update for persons who may not be tuned in to Cricket West Indies and the game with the West Indies on Australia from some 21.4 overs. Australia 88 for 3.
Well, I have seen whereby the West Indian seam bowlers in the first test, they held their very own exceptionally well. But Novel, as you know in cricket, and most persons who know cricket know that straightforward catches, you have to hold your catches because catches really win matches. So that within itself is not a bad start for the West Indies, taking 3 wickets for 88 runs. But here, is there going to be another wicket for the Windward Islands going down? Yes, it's caught. And who is taking the catch?
Pluck it is.
Pluck. So, another wicket for the young man.
Joel Duan goes caught off the bowling of Tolokani, and he picks up his third. The off spinner Tolokani, he has come in and has not just bowled well, Vic, but he's applied pressure. He hasn't bowled too many boundary deliveries. Yes, in the previous over, Murray would have gotten 2-4 struck off him, but he hasn't bowled a lot of boundary deliveries and has applied lots of pressure. And he's now picked up his third wicket. It's 118 now for 9.
Yeah, and the early indications have indicated that the Leeward Islands' strength in the bowling attack is definitely being seen here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The spinners is going to be the dependency of the Leeward Islands in terms of their bowling attack, and thus far it has chosen. And what we have seen, Novel, it looks very good in terms of the left arm orthodox spinner, and then the off spinner, and then the right arm leg break and googly bowler. So the mixture,
yes,
and in terms of all the bowlers, it would always bring so much thinking for the batsmen when you have that kind of variety in the composition.
So would you want to refer to it as a very balanced bowling attack?
Well, you have just referred to it.
Well, yes, there is a right arm leg spinner, left arm leg spinner. You also have an off spinner, and you had 3 medium pacers in the attack. But Tolokani, he'll be continuing, and that one is just outside of the off stump, Vic. A nice bit of flight, and it went on with the arm. It excited me a bit because, it's off spinning, and it's something that I'm quite familiar with in my younger years.
Well, yes, and you yourself was an off spinner and a very valuable one too. And based on knowing your results as an off spinner and a good low order batsman, and the two, once you can produce that delivery, probably to Novel, that might have just been the one going with the arm, going across the batsman, which is also it is a good aspect of variety for off spinners, and you will know it better than most. But Mackenzie too as the right arm wrist spinner, and his potential keeps developing to showing that with a lot of hard work and consistent work, I think he has a very bright future ahead of him.
Yes, he does, and he will be bowling his final over and perhaps hoping to pick up the final wicket so that he could perhaps get a 5-wicket haul. But the batsman will have other ideas, who is cutting this one to point, and no one is hard. The batsman at this time is Kirsten Murray. He's on 14 and has been there for a while and looks quite capable as well, left-hander. And he will want to try and move his total on the Winward Islands cause on a little more than where it is now. But he only has the massive task of dealing with Mackenzie, who is bubbling, as we would say, coming out of his hand nicely. And he has another spinner who is bowling really well, very impressed with his control thus far in Tolokani. So he has his hands full, but he's quite capable of managing the situation, Murray, from what I've seen. And driving this one out to extra cover, and an attempt been made, a diving attempt, left-hand diving attempt, but it goes down, and it will go down as a chance, Victor, but not an easy one by any means.
Yeah, and a very good effort, very good effort. Those are the kind of tries that I like to see fielders making. It was hard driven to his left too, and not being a left-hander, if I'm not too certain, sorry. But the effort was good, and that is always a good sign when players make those kind of efforts, but just was not able to pull it in. We're going to get some extras. It might just go for 4 extras, We will wait and see. And wide, so very valuable runs to the Windward Islands total. They will all appreciate it in any form or fashion, and getting 4 wides. So that's an incentive to their total, and all runs that they can get will be so appropriate.
Yes, and the player who made the attempt, we'll say dropped the catch, but it was Richards. But he's a wicket keeper and would probably be quite comfortable throwing himself around like that, and hence maybe the attempt was so good. We have had thus far, though, Vic, some 15 wides, 3 no balls, and 2 leg byes. It's 100 and the score is now 1.
Ball him.
And that brings about the end of the inning.
Gee.
And a 5-wicket haul have been had by Mr. Mackenzie. And Vic, you spoke so much about him before he came into the attack. Didn't have a good start, but worked himself and bowled until he got the ball coming out really, really good. And he was too much to handle for most of the Windward Island batters.
Yeah, indeed. And what I've seen of him, not just in the cool and smooth, but when he played regional cricket also too, and what we are seeing now, I know at this particular level too, and in terms of his art, right arm and leg break, googly bowling, and because even though he didn't start well with a good line and length, and that is obvious in terms of the control that spinners of his caliber, right arm, leg break and googly bowlers, his first 3 overs cost him 23 runs. But knowing and seeing the potential of this young man, I had conversations with him during the cool and smooth tournament, and it was very productive, and he was very appreciative of some of the instructions that I gave him, because I've seen the potential in his agility in the field and his bowling consistency and good control. And what a wonderful way for Mackenzie to have opened this 2025 series by taking the 5 wickets right here at the Connery Cricket Centre and placing the Leeward Islands in a good solid position after winning the toss and inviting the Windward Islands into bat. He took 5 valuable wickets, but remember also too, it was a good combination by the 2 other spinners in the team. So obviously the Leeward Islands strength so far, as indicated to us in their bowling attack, is going to be heavily reliant on the spin bowlers.
All right, well, Windward Islands, they are all out, 124. It is the batting card for you. Stephen Pascal, captain, 21 from 26 deliveries. Theo Edwards, 21 from 32. Fontaine, he had 16 from 33. Luvio Charles, 19 from 30. Kurt Murray, 3. Kirsten Murray, he was left 15 not out. Devontae McDowell, he went without scoring. Isaiah Jones, 3. And Maurice Edmond, he didn't trouble the scorers. Joel Durand, 1, and Davin Ford, he went without scoring. The bowling card for you. Caden Francis, he bowled 3 overs for 29 runs, didn't pick up a wicket. Matthew Miller, the captain, I think he was most unfortunate this morning. He bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket. But I might mention 3 catches went down off him. Carlton Pluck, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wickets. Israel Morton, 6 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, 1 wicket. And I think he was the man who started applying the pressure to the batting lineup of the Windward Islands. Mackay Mackenzie, the standout bowler in this inning, he bowled 9.5 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs. Important column, he picked up 5 wickets. But a very important bowler as well in this lineup was Kunal Tolakani. He bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs. He picked up 3 wickets. And in that spell, he had 2 wickets in successive deliveries, and he really did some damage as well in to the batting lineup of the Windward Islands. But I would say, Victor, a part of this was attributable to some batting that I thought, some indiscretion from the opening batter in Theo Edwards. He was looking good, batting well, nothing was troubling him, and decided to go over the top, and he perished to Israel Morton, and that made the opening for the Leeward Islands to make further inroads in the Windward Islands batting lineup. We are uncertain if they're going to go right back out or if they're going to take lunch, but it appears they may just be going right back out, as the cutoff time would have been 1:30. We're just 5 minutes past 12, but we will take a short break and be back with more commentaries here from the Connery Cricket Centre here in St. Kitts. It's if you're not following the West Indies and Australia are now 93 for 4. I am going to try to get some scores for you from the other locations in a minute.
Well, the thing is that what the Leeward Islands would have to do, in my view, when they go out there now to bat and try to overhaul the total, in that the overs is of a high priority in their column, whereby the Windward Islands will also have to bowl 50 overs. So what I would say then, Novel, with a modest total that the Windward Islands have posted, I think then that the Leeward Islands batsmen approach, especially the openers, whereby they should first try to establish a good partnership, no indiscretions, play each delivery on its merit. And because of the percentage of legal deliveries that would have to be bowled to the Leeward Islands batsmen, I think if they use good shot selection. But a point that you made about the opening batsman for the Windward Islands, that was where the door was opened up for the Leeward Islands bowlers. And we have seen a pattern through over the years, Noval, whereby a lot of batsmen, especially in West Indies cricket, in different standards, and this is no exception, whereby batsmen get in starts and do not carry on. But an interesting period of play in the second test match, whereby the West Indies bowlers again holding their own and doing well thus far.
Yes, and I will give you a very quick update around the tournament. The USA U19 men won. They're playing against Jamaica. That is in St. Mary's, Keon. USA men's won 119 for 8 at this point from some 27.5 overs. USA men 2, they are playing down in St. Paul's, Capistier. That game, 140 for 2, they're playing against Trinidad and Tobago U19. And in our sister island, Nevis, it's Barbados U19 playing against Guyana. They are 161 for 4 from 29.5 overs, Barbados batting. We will take a short break and be back with you for more commentaries here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Welcome back to the Connery Cricket Centre. We are into the second segment. For those of you who might just be joining Novel Mockall and yours truly, Victor Eddy, we are here and it's the 2025 Under 19 Regional Cricket Tournament, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre it is Windward Islands up against Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands won the toss earlier this morning, invited the Windward Islands to bat first, and they amassed 124 all out, and the first delivery has been a wide, so the Leewards are off the mark. A good second delivery, Yorker length, and played quietly back down the turf, and no run, but seemed like the batsman might have just actually probably hit his left leg there as the right-hander. Interesting field placing. The wicket-keeper standing back. There was a first and second slip. A man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, a mid-off. A man at mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg on the boundary, and also a fine leg on the boundary. Well, nice approach to the wicket. No ball being signalled, and for a moment the bowler thought that it was pitched in a good area, but it's been called a no ball, so there will also going to be a free hit, and one more to the total, and the batsmen, they will have an opportunity to free their arms as I welcome back Novel Mockall. So the Leeward Islands, they are in a good position as a modest total was placed by the Winward Islands of 124 all out.
Well, runs on the board, Vic. Leeward Islands 2 without loss, but Kirsten Murray, he looks pretty sharp. Left arm seamer, and very smooth to the wicket. Short delivery, it's been pulled. Catch is taken, but it's a free hit, so no damage done. But Vic, I think this modest total with the bowling that I'm seeing from Kirsten, we'll have to have some very solid batting. He looks a little quicker than what we saw from the Leeward Island Pacers.
Yes, indeed, and he looks very, and as also too as a left armer who could bring it back from the off stump. We'll have to wait and see if he have that delivery in his armory, but quite pacey, a good bouncer going over. The batsman actually stooping in that sense, and the wicket keeper taking it about chest height and standing probably some 22 yards back is the keeper. So this is also a sign that the seam bowler, he is really gathering some good pace and bounce, and it is the quickest we have seen so far of the fast bowlers in this match.
Comfortably so. He is looking to hit the deck hard, but will still have to apply some discipline and control to his efforts and not spray it around. Taking that one further up and just tucked into the onside, one run is easily had. And taking the total on to 3 without loss, and Caden Francis opening his account as well. Kunal Tolakani, off spinner, picked up 3 wickets for 13 runs from his 4 overs. Would want to contribute with the bat as well.
Well, this is also a very enterprising part for the young man, because he has bowled so well and now come to be opening the innings for the Leeward Islands. So we'll have to look at him cleanly, and really a good delivery. Almost played it back onto his stump or after he was just playing forward. It got the left pad, but it trickled wide from the off stump. So this can be an interesting period of play to especially look at the young man to see what he has to offer with the bat, because then opening, it can only suggest to us that he has the potential to develop as a very valuable all-around cricketer.
Yes, well, his bowling was very good, and left to be seen how he will go about the batting, but he has Murray to deal with, and that one just on the leg stump and just worked down to deep backward square for 1, and Leeward Islands after the first over 4 without loss, and a good reasonable start, no damage done. But the Winward Islands, though, Vic, they must be thinking we need early wickets, not wicket but wickets. We have to get a few to put the Leeward Islands under some pressure.
And you're right, Noval. They will have to, if they're going to really play themselves into very challenging position, they will, especially in the first power play, they will have to get some early wickets. But on the other hand, the Leeward Islands would have to consolidate and try to build a good foundation of an opening partnership. But what also can be very enterprising in the outcome, if the Windward Islands should get some early wickets, as much as it is modest total of 124, it can become like a mountain, you know. And but we'll just have to wait and see. But I think this is a very good situations for batsmen to be batting in, knowing that there is so many deliveries that have to be bowled and what is required in terms of the total.
No rush, but at the same time, the Winward must make a game of it. They must look for wickets, and with two very tall opening pace bowlers and looking to hit the deck hard. And this right arm opening pace bowler is Edmund.
And a very good outswinger delivery too in that first delivery. Well, and quite rightly so too. They have a solitary slip because the Windward Islands would have to look for early wickets, and that is a good field placement in having that solitary slip.
That one taken on the pad, but perhaps going down. Umpire shook the head very early, and no damage done.
It might have been for height too also. Really very tall in stature is the bowler, operating from the media centre end with the wicket keeper standing back. There is a solitary slip, a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. That's the offside field. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. Brilliant sunshine here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And the bowler not comfortable or appreciative of his start in his run-up. So quite rightly, sir, he's going to try to rectify it.
Well, Morancy Edwards it is. He very tall. That one was short. Climbing on a very diminutive Tolokani, but he was able to get inside the line and work it out. Attempted a pull shot down to deep, fine leg. So, once Edmund, he's very tall, Victor, about 6 feet, somewhere thereabout, and has a very high arm action. So we'll get some bounce off of this track because we saw Mackenzie as a spinner was extracting some bounce. So if he hits the deck hard enough, he will get that sort of bounce as well. That one short of a length and just defended into the offside. But a very different proposition from the Winwards in terms of their pacers, a little more control, and they also do have a little more pace as well.
Yeah, and really looking good so far, and really, like you're quite right to say, because of his high arm action and just over 6 feet tall, he obviously is going to get that bounce out of the surface, because Mackenzie as a right arm leg break spinner, he did got bounce, so the seam bowler obviously should get something out of the turf. A delivery that is wide of the off stump, and probably the batsman just stood his ground and just had a swung of it. We did not see any indications of the feet moving across to get closer to the line of delivery. And earlier clock, his partner is calling him just to have an exchange of word, probably just some advice was given. But solitary slip, keeper standing back, third man on the boundary, a point, cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the long leg boundary. And played with softer hands, and the fielder at point had to move some paces to his left, and off that final delivery could not prevent the batsman from getting another run.
Yes, brings over number 2 to an end, and the score is 5-6 without loss here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Winward Islands trying to defend 124. The Leeward Islands, they would try to work themselves to that total without too much damage, but I'm certain Winward Islands would have other ideas. And like the opening bowling partnership, Victor, left arm seamer. We have not had too many of them in the Caribbean who would have gotten to the highest level. But a nice left arm seamer is Murray, and has looked good so far.
Well, and it's very good to see at this age group too, whereby we have that aspect of the game. Left arm fast bowler. Extras. Oh, there's a fielder down on the third man, so they got some wides. So that also would be an incentive for the Leeward Islands in terms of chasing 125 to get for victory, as the Winwards, they were all out for 124. But a signal is coming from the umpire. What is it the umpire indicating? Anyway, we are not. But the left-arm fast bowler to Noval, he has a very good balanced approach. We're not seeing any stuttering in his run-up. Very fluent, looks good, looks very athletic.
Good backing up there in the outfield by the Windward Islands. So good quick feeling in short positions, getting a throw to the stumps. But it's always important, Victor, when you're going to make that direct hit, that there's someone who is covering and backing up really well. Otherwise, that ball could spill out into boundary areas for extra runs.
Yeah, that was good. That was good coordination on the other side of the field, quite rightly said in Noval, covering well to avoid any extra runs. But good soft hands by both batsmen and just looking to turn over the strike, which is good.
Tolokani forcing that one, trying to drive, coming off of the inner portion of the bat, spilling out into the deep backward square leg area, and he got one. But Victor, as simple as that, Caden Francis and Tolokani, they are now 11 without loss, a quiet partnership being built without any risk taken.
Well, and at the same time, too, on the other hand, they are in a good position whereby such a high percentage of legal deliveries have to be bowled, and in terms of the total, 124. So we would like to believe that they should be in a good state of mind in terms of what is required. But there, from that delivery, we did not see the batsman moving his feet, just nibbled at that one. And from our vantage point, probably if his right foot was coming more across to that delivery, he might have just gotten it down to third man. But luckily for him, he did not get an edge. But we are very impressed, Noval, with the approach of the fast bowler from that far end, left armer, nice fluent run, getting the ball in very appropriate areas.
That one is played down to the deep backward point area. One would almost suggest almost third man area for four. More steered. But the point you've been making, Vic, about Caden Francis, he doesn't appear to move his feet a lot in terms of wanting to get close to the deliveries. Perhaps has good eye-hand coordination. But if the ball is going to do anything, he might need to get one of his legs a little closer to it. Perhaps you suggest the back foot movement, which brings him a little closer. But for now, it has worked. He's gotten 4 runs.
Well, and it was all along the ground. So, it was an aerial. And in that sense, it was a good shot selection. But still would more be inclined to use the movement of those feet. Another quick short pitch delivery. And really, he has pace, definitely. Not really troubling the batsman on that occasion, though, but not over emphasizing the point whereby both openers, in the frame of a mind mentality, they should be very comfortable knowing the percentage of deliveries that they have to face, total required. So even if there are a high percentage of that deliveries, that would not be a discouragement for them. And no doubt you would also look to see what's happening in the test match between Australia and the West Indies, so we can,
Well, they're off to lunch. It's
they're off to lunch.
93 for 4, Australia batting. 2 wickets been had by Alzari Joseph, one by Jaden Seales, and coming into the lineup for the West Indies is Anderson Phillip. He got 1 wicket from his 5 overs. So the West Indies making some inroads. Can they sustain it and hold Australia to a small total? Batters 25, Constas, he got 25, Kawaja 16, Green 26, and the important Steve Smith, he only got 3.
Well, so and that is such a valuable wicket in terms of Steve Smith, because we know him by caliber. But cricket is always on its day, and that was not his day in this first innings for him in terms of a batsman, even though we know he collectively his all-around status as a batsman. But you don't play it by reputation. You play it by ball, and really, we are not surprised, Novel, for the West Indian bowlers holding their own.
They have been looking good.
Yeah.
They have been looking good. Not well supported by our batters, but it's what has troubled our cricket for some time. We do not play all-around consistent cricket. We might bat well and bowl really poorly and feel ordinarily, but you must get all facets of the game coming together all at once if you are to be successful. But we wait to see if we can produce a different outcome in terms of our batting, but the bowling still continues. But here we have Maurice Edmond. He is running in to Tolakani, who is cutting that one and dropping just in front of the man at backward point, but it runs away into the backward point boundary for 4. He jumped onto that one, was hitting it down just in front of the fielder, who was unable to stop it, but it hurried into that boundary for 4.
Yes, and he struck it with immense power. It was struck hard, square cut by the young man, earning himself 4. And a good stroke, well, it gave him all the reasons to extend his arm, because it was delivery going wider off the off stump, and he had movement of the feet, and his execution was superb with the power and placement, and earning himself 4 runs. But speaking of the West Indian batsmen at the test level, though, with one batsman just averaging 30 and the rest is in their 20s, that does not give an indication for test cricket that is appropriate in terms of those averages. But cricket is always on the day. But Australia bowling attack to is of a very high standard, and when you look at that ordinary averages of the West Indian batsmen, it leaves a lot to be desired, Novel, in realistically speaking.
Well, it leaves a lot, but it also speaks to our regional cricket, because in regional cricket many of them are not averaging much better than what they're doing in test cricket. So that one lifting at Tolakani.
Yeah, and really a good delivery there again. Both seamers getting an extracting bounce off the turf. And you're right, those averages does not suggest. But there again, Australia is number 1 in ICC rankings in Test cricket, and West Indies is number 8.
Well, we are down there. We haven't been doing well
for a long time.
For a long time, so we haven't been able to get it right. But here is where we can extract players who can improve our cricket and work with them. And we have a good prospect here in Maurice, another one that's lifting on Tolakani, pitching in a good area. He was looking to get forward, and that one came off the glove and spilled out down to third man for 1. So again, difference in pace of the Windward Island bowlers to that of the Leewards, but the batsmen have been equal to the task. A bit of pain there by Tolakani. He will learn that this game is a tough game, and not the game for weak-hearted players. But just a correction to our listeners: the batter who is facing is Tanez Francis and not Caden. So I would have heard with that. It's Tanez Francis. He's the man facing now. He's on 7, and Tolakani, he's on 8. Flashing at that one is Francis, and he gets 1. So the total rolls on from 4 overs to some 22 without loss here at the Connery Sporting Complex. The Leeward Islands chasing 125 for victory.
Well, and the opening batsmen for the Leeward Islands, they're not under any pressure, and they have given a relatively good start so far in pursuit of the 124, which was scored by the Windward Islands when the Leeward Islands won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre and asked the Windward Islands to bat first. And Mackenzie was the chief wicket taker for the Leeward Islands, and all the spinners came to the fore, even though Mackenzie came out with a 5-wicket haul to the commencement of this opening encounter of this 2025 Under 19 regional series. The Leeward Islands coaches, they would be very pleased in seeing Novel what their spinners have produced in the first innings of this opening encounter of this series 2025 Under 19 regional cricket tournament.
Well, yes, coaches Cornwall and Adams, they are the men working with the squad, and for the Winward Islands team is a batsman who I played against for some time, John Eugene. He was a ferocious striker of the cricket ball. We used to say in our huddle sometimes he had one of probably the best off drives you could have. He used to hit that ball really, really well. But he would not be very pleased with the batting effort from his team. I thought they had a good start and should have capitalized on it. And sometimes when you have a man down, you need to keep him down. And I think they opened the door for the Leeward Islands to get back in this game.
Yes, they certainly did. They certainly did. And we would like to see that area of play improve, whereby batsmen, and there was a loud appeal, and the umpire found that at that end has given it quite belatedly, and in the end, though, it was a good Yorker from our vantage point. It was a good Yorker length delivery. And he looks, the umpire at that end looks very late in making his decisions, but he did in the end. So the first wicket going down for the Leeward Islands.
Well, yes, a very belated decision. The umpire thought about it, and after her assessment, thought that was out, and the first wicket going down. And no surprise from the man Murray, the one who I think is...
Yeah, and it was...
First wicket going down for the Leeward Islands, as the Winward Islands making first inroads. It's 22 for 1. So we have some corrections for you. The opening batter for the Leeward Islands is Singh and not Tolakani, as we thought.
Okay.
The numbers on these shirts have been confusing us quite a bit. But it's Singh is the opening batter.
Okay, yeah. All right, well, we will get it sorted out, because from our vantage point, it is also very challenging to pick up. So we do apologize for those slight miscalculations, if you may put it that way, but we are actually here with the action at the Connery Cricket Centre. It continues down the leg side. We'll have to wait and see now what would be the signal from the umpire. And in the meantime, though, and one more to the total, coming by a leg by. So the Leeward Islands, they are chasing 124, 125 for victory, and 50 overs. So in that context, now more than 300 legal deliveries have to be bowled. And the Leeward Islands approach should not, the batsmen should not be called for any indiscretions. And here is one played nicely with a straight bat past the bowler on the offside of the wicket. But in the meantime, the batsmen were able to get another run.
Yes, and the batsman who got that one was Davanal Singh. and he is the man who has opened for the Leeward Islands, and he's been joined by LaShawn Bergen, who is the other opening batter here. Sorry, he's coming number 3 and defending this one from Murray. Leeward Islands are now 24 for 1, chasing 125 for victory.
Yes, so just 101 runs more for the victory if the Leeward Islands should get it. But even though they lost that wicket, they're still in a good position. But this guy, Novel, he has a very good York, and there was another one which the batsman had to come down quite quickly upon it, and he kept it out well. But that also is always a very good delivery for any fast bowler, whether you are left arm or right arm. But on that occasion, as the left armer, he has been executing those Yorker length deliveries quite nicely.
Yes, he has been. He gets it right into the block hole, and difficulty for the batter to score. That one again is right up there, and it was squeezed out by LaShawn Bergen, and hence I said, as much as we may think that the total is 124 might be modest, the bowlers for the Winward, they have started really well, Vic, and already picking up an early wicket in Tenez Francis.
Well, a lot of times with modest totals, Novel, say for instance, which is rare, but that aspect of a hat trick could just present a different picture to an outcome of a modest total, you know.
Oh,
that's all a part of the sport. Not saying that it would happen, but if that happens, it will always present a much more challenging position for the Leeward Islands.
Wickets falling so quickly behind one another.
That's right.
Changes the context of the game. But the Leeward Islands are just ticking it around, as you would have mentioned. Not a lot of pressure, lots of balls available to get 125 for victory, and really no indiscretions needed. You can wait on the bad deliveries and score your runs.
Yeah, and from a Leeward Islands point of view, that will be a very enterprising and good way to start this 2025 Under-19 tournament, because, you know, when teams get victories and so forth, it always motivates the team comprehensively going into their second encounter with much more confidence. But that is still far away.
Indeed, and left to be seen as well what the Leeward Islands will do the Windward Islands will be able to do from a spinning standpoint. Yeah. The Leeward Islands spinners, they were very influential in their time in the field, and I'll be very interested to see what the spinners for the Windward Islands look like and what impact they can have on this game.
Yeah, and that is very well said there, Novel, because the Leeward Island spinners, they were very productive. So we'll have to wait for that time when it presents itself, and it looks like a next wicket going to be go down. No, but it was in the air for a while. But even though there is a short mid wicket, he still was not able to get to it. But it was one that came on with more pace onto the batsman, and luckily for him, it did not held out to the field at short mid wicket. But in the event, they got another run, the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, he was cramped for room. The ball probably got big on him, and he was unable to execute a proper pull shot, but he was into the gap, fortunately for him. But Morrissey continues. Going up to the bat this time, and Singh is driving down to mid-on, and there is no run. I think of the Leeward Island batters, Singh looks most comfortable to these pacers. He hasn't been troubled. He is a diminutive player. Has been struck on the finger with one that lifted on him, but he has negotiated the paces quite well and looks comfortable at it. Vic, that's the sign of a player who is comfortable at pace. That one pitched just on about center stump, climbing at him, and he just dropped his hands.
Yeah, very good.
Very easy. His technique looks good to these pacers, but has a lot of batting to do. And I think as well some good bowling been sent down here by Edmund. He's putting the ball in good areas. Perhaps missing out there. That one was full outside the off stump. Would have liked to have made some connection with that one. Probably getting it through extra cover region. It might have been in business to get some runs. But at the end of over number 6, it's 26 for 1. The Leeward Islands chasing 125 for victory.
Yeah, and these two batsmen for the Leeward Islands, they should be more thinking now as we go deep into these overs with not severe pressure on them in terms of what is required per over, because it is very much in the context where lots of deliveries have to be bowled, but we have to look out for this Yorker from this young man who is bowling very well.
Well, it's a full and wide delivery that LaShawn Bergen would have just gotten his bat just on it to squirt it out to backward point for 4. So even though he's aiming for the Yorker, Vic, he has to line them up. Full and wide presents an opportunity for the Leeward Island players to score, and it was easy pickings for LaShawn Bergen in that instance.
Yes, and Bergen, he just used the pace of the delivery too, which the left armer is very pacey. He did not try to hit it hard. There was no need for it. It was full pitch outside of the off stump, and he just used the timing with the pace of the delivery, and he earned himself 4 runs into the wide third man boundary. Bowler misses his run and did the appropriate thing not to continue, because when you're not comfortable with your approach, if you find a little stuttering in the run-up, he did the appropriate thing to go back and come again to try and get it sorted out. He's on his way. Good delivery, played out to short extra cover, no run. So the Leeward Islands batsmen, once they are prepared to wait, if loose deliveries are presenting themselves to the batsmen, they'll just have to be patient enough to wait for those deliveries. Other than that, though, they will have to just keep exchanging the strike by taking their 1s and the 2s. Lovely sunshine here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Good day for cricket. Nice cool breeze coming from east to west, as we can see on the western side the national flag of St. Christopher and Nevis, and the Leeward Islands flag also too in that section of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And the Leeward Islands, for those of you in the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands who might just be joining us here from the Connery Cricket Centre, the Windward Islands in their first innings, they only amassed 124, but nicely stopped there by the fielder at point, a delivery that was wide of the off stump, and the batsman was looking for another boundary in that area, but he found the fielder at point and there was no run. So the Windward Islands, they would have to take wickets early and consistently if they should really be in a position of defending 124 runs, which was scored by the Windward Islands. Well, here is the Leeward Islands now, allowed appeal, and at this time the umpire was only exchanging her amount of deliveries ball and not putting up the finger on that occasion. So what do you think should be going through both batsmen's mind now for the Leeward Islands, Novel?
I would, at this stage, I'll be thinking to see off these two opening bowlers. Do not allow another wicket to fall, and see what's next to come. There's no need to rush anything. They have been bowling well. We've gotten to as far as 30 with no damage done, and here's an opportunity for a run out. And
it would have been close.
It would have been very close had that been a direct hit. And I thought that was a risky run at the moment they sat off, but Fortune favors the brave, they say. It's 31 now for one Leeward Islands batting. As I said, with some almost 7 overs completed, you've gotten to 31 wicket has fallen. You just need to hang around and take what you get and see who's going to come after. There's no rush. That brings about the end of over number 7. 31 it is for 1. Just to advise listeners, at the end of the Windward Islands inning, we hadn't gotten to the cutoff point, which is at 120. So we're going to play up until 120, then the teams will go to lunch. And then we'll come back out and perhaps finish what's left of this game. Edmund Morrissey, he is the man bowling from the media center end. Taking this one up to the bat, but outside the off stump. LaShawn Bergen with a very extravagant leave alone. And there was none better than Courtney Walsh, Vic, with the leave alone.
Yes, indeed. But what you would describe, though, as this field placement, though, I think you might have a better aspect than me. So tell our listeners then, what do you see of this field placement?
So what he has is almost a third slip, a man in the gully, third man, backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. Then the fielders on the leg side, a fine leg, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. But I think the reason for the third slip position as opposed to the first Vic probably is because he's looking to bowl a touch wider of the off stump as opposed to getting very straight, getting tight on the off stump. He's trying to aim just a touch wider of the off stump. So hence the reason perhaps for the third. And you realize the third man is very wide as well.
And also, too, the wicket keeper is standing, from our vantage point, it appears, like between a first and second slip area. So it is obvious of what the ploy of the bowler is going to be doing.
Just to get a touch wider.
Yeah, a touch wider, yeah, in terms of the way the fielders are placed. Heavily pack offside field. So that's again to the indication to the batsman on strike, obviously where the bowler is going to be looking to bowl. So he should really trying to get himself in a position to get further across to execute.
Right. I Vic would have preferred, and that's just a personal preference of mine.
Yeah.
The team would have a different plan. I would prefer the first slip being straight and forcing to bowl just on the top of off stump. Any deviation in or out, you're in business.
Yeah, because when it becomes so obvious whereby the keeper is almost between first and second slip, then you have a guy almost where a fourth slip could be considered then a wide gully or short point. It is so obvious that the bowler is going to bowl that wide of the off stump.
It is.
Yeah.
But as well, that could be a double bluff and he goes very full and straight at you. So it's a little bit of mind games right there.
Yeah, that is true. So that is why too that the batsmen on strike, they will have to look at every delivery and just play it on its merit.
That's what we're taught when we're young, to play on the merit and not plan what you want to do. Play every delivery as you see it and not create things in your mind. I know with modern day cricket and T20, lots of things are sometimes planned, the little lap scoops, and so that these players play. They think about doing it before they even execute it. But you want to hang around as long as possible. And we had a little bit of an example of that, Victor, in the game with West Indies with John Campbell. His shot was almost like he predetermined that's what he would do because wasn't needed and it probably wasn't the ball to do it to.
Well, and against such quality bowlers too, I mean, and it's test match cricket. And that was so disheartening to look at, seen at the highest level whereby you're trying to execute that particular stroke. That gave me personally a suggestion that's the only way he thought that he could get runs because I mean, we know that it works, but also too, that also have to be a good shot selection in terms of where the delivery would be pitching to try to execute it. But anyway, here at the Connery Cricket Center, we're gonna see the Leeward Islands continuing and trying to overhaul 124, which was scored by the Windward Islands. So there's gonna be a change of bowling coming from that far end, and we will get those things in order. And from our vantage point, is always a challenging position, and the Leeward Islands, though, at this particular moment, in terms of their batting, I would say that they are in a comfortable position as of now.
Yes, comfortable position, but can't relax. There's a change in bowling. Devontae McDowell, another left arm seamer.
Wow.
He comes into the attack, and let's see what he will produce here. Looks brisk, a different sort of approach to Murray, but the Winward Islands producing two left arm seamers. And he has started well, getting it right up to the bat, perhaps looking to extract any possibility of swing that he can. Sean Bergen and Devon Singh are the batters for the Leeward Islands. Bergen facing, looking to cut at that one and cutting over it and missing out. 32 for 1 is the score. Leeward Islands chasing 125 for victory. The Winwards slumping to 124 after being 41 for 1, 70 for 2, and 93 for 3. So losing some 7 wickets for just a little bit over 30 runs, and not a good output by the Winward Islands, and would be very disappointed with that display, but would want to work hard to defend that total here at the Connery Sporting Complex.
Yeah, and one of the things too, with a modest total that the Windward Islands have posted, I think you will probably think that the Windward Islands would be probably having feelers in more attacking positions where they're looking to take wickets, because there is not a solitary slip, there is a short third man, a delivery, and now comes the signal from the umpire, so another one to the Leeward's total coming by a wide. So that also gives the total for the Leeward Islands an incentive, and those extras can only enhance the Leeward Islands a little more comfort zone when you get wides, one more to the total, one extra delivery have to be bowled. So if they can even curtail those bonuses, the Windward Islands, that will also be very good. But here it's one played out to short mid wicket. For a moment, the batsmen were thinking about a run, but in the end, quite rightly changed their mind. But both batsmen, they are batting good for the Leeward Islands, and like we've been saying that there is no immense pressure on the batsmen in terms of the deliveries that they have to face. Well, the sun has left us momentarily. Is there any immediate threat of rain in your view, Nova?
There's a little bit of a cloud coming out of the southeastern area, and uncertain, may have a little bit of a sprinkle maybe in the next hour or so. So, but the Leeward Islands batters, though, Vic, as much as there is not a lot of pressure, I still would want to see them expressing themselves, not being afraid to play your game. Don't bat yourself into a shell. Be positive. Take what's on offer. Just don't use any indiscretion. But for the moment, the Winward Islands continues with the left arm pace bowler in Devontae McDowell, who just sent down another wide. And the Leeward Islands themselves, in their outing, they had some 20 wides in their bowling spell. So the discipline with the wides was not good, and the Windward Islands are sending down a few. And 20 wides came because some of them went for 4. Really, they were that wide. And Another one by McDowell, and he needs to get his radar back onto the off stump.
And sometimes Novel, we could also think, if you're not getting it directed as you would like from one side of the wicket, why not try going on the other side of the wicket to see if you can get it more lined up as deliveries? But you always have to practice those things, and you don't try to execute it in a match. You have to have the confidence by so doing. Here is more runs coming, though. We'll have to wait and see if the batsman got back onto it. But in the meantime, they were able to come for a run. The umpire did not signal, so it was one more run to the total, one more run to the batsman, and the Leeward Islands consolidating here between these two, and now they're having a mid-pitch exchange of words, and no doubt only anticipating that they may equate in the situation at this particular moment, what is required, what is necessary, what is not necessary.
Right, just to manage the approach, to ensure that you're still in the right frame of mind, thinking how you want to continue approaching this total. We have another change in bowling in Darwin Ford. He will join the bowling attack for the Windward Islands to try and restrict the Leeward Islands to this 124. It's going to be a massive ask by the bowlers, but they just need to be disciplined.
Well, the Winward Islands, they would have to be taking wickets at this particular moment if they're really going to defend or challenge the Leeward Islands in getting this total. And especially if they let this partnership keep exceeding and continuing, then they would place themselves in a very defensive position. For them to play themselves back into the game, Noval, they have to be taking wickets and taking them at a rapid pace.
Well, for the Leeward Islands, they would have picked up some 8 wickets with spinners. 9 wickets the spinners got in the Leeward Islands outing, and we have not seen the Windward Islands introducing a spinner just yet. This is the second change of bowling, and we are getting another pacer coming into the attack. So perhaps their attack is heavily loaded with pace bowlers, but a change with spin will be really, really a good option right now. Perhaps we are seeing the umpires and perhaps maybe looking to invite the groundsmen to get close. There is still a dark cloud in the southeast area. I'm not sure if we will get any rain, but seeing some sunlight. That one is hitting to mid-wicket and will get 4. Singh, no, he doesn't have the legs, but he will get 3 of them. He timed it really well. It was perhaps he could get the all-1 4 now, and he does so. Dead ball.
No, because it struck the batsman. Yeah.
Right.
And there too, the batsman shouldn't have been attempting to go back for the run. But in any event, they got 3 runs?
They got 3 runs. It was well timed by Singh. Didn't look to overhit it.
That's right.
He worked it well into the onside. I thought it had the legs to get there, but it was chased down by Moransi, who was able to hurl a powerful return in.
But even though what we have seen thus far, we have not seen a spinner introduced by the Windward Islands. Oh. And here is a good wicket, a good Yorker, and really good change because gotten the result. But on the other hand, too, what was an indication that the Leeward Islands spinners were so successful. So I would have thought that the Windward Islands would think, well, there is something in the surface for the spinners, but then the seamers open up. We have not seen a spinner as yet, and here is a wicket going down by the seam bowler. So that is a result for the Windward Islands. But a lot of times, Novel, teams always have to be so alert how the surface is playing. Why the Leeward Islands spinners were so successful, it would only suggest, even though there were some indiscretions, most of the wickets were prized by good deliveries, and based upon what the spinners got out of the surface for the Leeward Islands, was very good.
Yes, and that is a good observation, bearing in mind the 11 has been selected, and if you don't have spinners in the squad, you can't use them. Perhaps there is a spinner, but this is the fourth seamer we are seeing, and he has just picked up a wicket in his first over, and that's Davin Ford. So Leeward Islands are now 40 for 2, chasing 125. And again, Vic, I said they can't think that this total is quite a small, as you mentioned, modest total. They have to bat properly, because I'm certain the Windward Islands are out there to defend this.
Well, they should be definitely thinking that they've posted their total, and once they can keep getting wickets and believing that they can bowl out the team, because they already posted that total. But the Leeward Islands would definitely have to bat properly and use good shot selection.
One's on the board, one's on the board. And new batter coming in is Eric Richards, and he replaced LaShawn Bergen, who was bowled all ends up by Ford, Yorker length delivery that he was unable to keep out, and we've seen some good Yorkers as well by Murray in his spell. And Richards is driving at that one, and the close extra cover feeler. And I mentioned that during the time when the Leeward Islands were in the field, that they could have used a very short extra cover when a new batter came to the crease. We see him being used here by the Winwards. So the all-pace attack continues by the Winwards as they try to defend this total, and in order to defend that, and the signal is being made by the umpire, that brings about the end of the first power play here for the Leeward Islands, and the pace attack will continue.
Yes. Weather-wise, Novel, here at the Connery Cricket Centre, how does it look to you now from our vantage point? Is it getting a little better, or still that element of darkness to the far east?
Well, the clouds are moving over.
They're moving over.
Yes, they are.
Okay, well. And we're going to see it, that the Leeward Islands, and you're quite right, Novel, whereby the Leeward Islands batsmen, they will have to really apply themselves and continue to bat well. Here is another good delivery, but it's a good bowling partnership too, with left arm seamer, right arm seamer. So and thus far it has worked good for the Windward Islands. But the Leeward Islands, as you quite rightly said, Novel, they will have to be careful with their shot selection. But if they just can keep turning over the strike, that will ease a lot of pressure in terms of getting the total. But if the bowlers from both ends will produce a lot of dot deliveries, as you know, that would add some pressure, and then some indiscretions might just be creeping into the Leeward Islands batsmen. Well, what is the recent test score, Australia and the West Indies? You will get that for us shortly, Novel. We'll appreciate that. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and a short pitch delivery going further across the right hander, making some height. Keeper gathering no run.
Indeed, the Australia, they after lunch, it's 102 for 4. So no more damage done just yet. And still early days in that match. But right here, Leeward Islands are 40 for 2, chasing 125. With this one struck into the mid-wicket area for 4. As Singh, the opening batsman for the Leeward Islands, has looked good and quite comfortable to this pace attack. We have seen some pretty quick deliveries at him, and he's managed to negotiate them quite comfortably because his technique is generally good, and that one was short and he helped it into the mid-wicket area for 4.
Yeah, and Singh, he thus far has gotten a good start, and from a Leeward Islands point of view, no doubt they will be hoping that he can just go deep into these overs and get very close to the total. He's right-handed. The wicketkeeper standing back. More runs for Singh, playing it down to a fielder who comes off the third man boundary. So Singh is using good application in terms of his shot selection, but also too in getting the boundaries. Once the Leeward Islands batsmen can keep exchanging the strike, that always give bowlers the option whereby they have to try different deliveries when they have to bowl to different batsmen. But if they are bowling at one particular batsman for many deliveries, they can easily work them out much more easily. Well, that is what also too that the Windward Islands will have to try and avoid, those wide deliveries. But here comes the next one, which an extra delivery have to be bowled, an extra run to the total, makes it a lot much more easier for the Leeward Islands.
Well, yes, but the discipline has not been there by both teams. The Leeward Islands sent down 20 wides, and a lot of them, of course, went for 4 wides, but just to show how poor deliveries they were, and that one being worked into the onside, and moving the total now on to 46 for 2. And I say hello to Singh there in St. Martin, 47, sorry, a former captain of St. Martin, and Devon Singh is the son of Singh we are speaking about in St. Martin. I remember playing a number of games against him, and he's keenly in tune watching his son here opening the batting for the Leeward Islands, and how time would have moved on here.
Yes, and really that is so evident, because all fathers are always very pleased seeing when their sons emulate the sport that they have played, and really he obviously is one.
Yes, he was. That one was thumped down here to long off. There isn't a long off, and I think the man is a bit too wide here, and gave Singh an opportunity to free his arms and struck it powerfully down here. Sorry, that's Ewart Richards hitting that one down to long off. But Victor, a little bit of a comment here on the field placing.
Yes.
There is a short extra cover, and they're using the other man more or less just on his right. I think that fielder should be more to a long off position, because if the ball is carried up on the off stump, it's just an easy push, and it could split the bowler and extra cover for 4 every time.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you with that field placement. All you'll have to do then is bring the cover a little more to his right,
yes,
and the man at point a little more to his right, because you have a fielder on the third man boundary, and then that will be a more appropriate position. But they have their
and that one's very soft dismissal here for Richards. He just clipped that one back to the mid-wicket area, got under it, and he just scooped it up. He didn't get much onto it, and didn't manage to keep it down. And the Winward Islands are making inroads here. Victor, it's 47, it is now for 3.
And from our vantage point, we thought for moments that he might have just played it into the ground for how it looked, but the umpires being in the more appropriate position, another wicket goes down for the Leeward Islands, and it's coming through their medium pacers. So the Leeward Islands would have to be very careful in their approach. As you quite rightly say, runs on the board has always been proven. Runs on the board. You have to go out there and choose good shot selection. You have to know when to go for the aggressive strokes. But one of the things, though, if you can just keep exchanging the strike, that is a big difference. Because when bowlers get to bowl a lot of dot deliveries to a particular batsman, it just brings in that incentive of indiscretions. But at the same time, though, at this particular moment, I would say that the game is in the balance at this particular moment, with 3 wickets going down, 124, 7 wickets in hand. Novel, I believe it's in the balance at this moment.
Well, it's 51 for 3. Well, the game is quite keenly poised. If the Winwards continue to apply some pressure, string a couple of maiden deliveries to this new batter, do not allow him to get off easily, and restrict Singh some more, and they could be in some business.
Yeah.
But as you said very early on in the piece, they must consistently pick wickets up, because I do not think you can defend the 124. You will have to bowl out the Leeward Islands. So they would have to continue taking wickets at a regular intervals. But Davin Ford has picked up his second wicket here in his second over.
Yeah, and he looks good, because in terms of the sense to that, he has been bowling most of his deliveries wicket to wicket. Let us see what he will do on this occasion. Good. And what also too, Novel, going to be very important is that the fielders will have to support the bowlers by, especially within the 30-yard circle, by being very quick upon avoiding the batsmen from getting those runs. But with the mid-off wide, anything that is for full length and the batsman is driving past the short mid-off, it's going to be 4.
Well, he's managed to avoid that, asking the batter to play more out to point, which means the line of the deliveries are not going to be too tight on off stump. But that brings about the end of his second over, and it's 51 for 3. The Leeward Islands are chasing 124 for 25 for victory after the Winward posted 124 all out. And so they have made a lumbering start at it. Not out is Davinod Singh. He's on 19 from 29, and he has looked most comfortable and would want to continue batting on. And no one has gotten past 21 in this game thus far, Vic. So it's important for him to take his start and carry on with it. But we are seeing the introduction of the first spinner here.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting factor. We are also getting close to the first cut-off point in this encounter between the Leeward and Windward Islands, being played here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It's one of the 4 opening encounters of this under 19 2025 cricket series. 3 venues in St. Kitts and 1 in Nevis, which is the El Comido Willett Park. But here at Connery, it's the Leeward and Windward Islands doing battle, and this possibly might be the final over before the cut-off point. Might just be, but the official time is with the umpires out there in the middle. Well,
yes, changing bowling. We have Kurt Murray. He's coming into the bowling attack to bowl to Deontay Drew. This one is short and spinning away from Drew, and he just allows it to go to the hands of the wicket keeper. 51 for 3. Leeward Islands chasing
52.
52 for 3. It is flighted delivery. Drew is driving. I like to see that, Vic. A little bit of ear on the delivery. Let's see if you're good enough to go over the top or pierce the infield. And I like the fact that he has kept mid-on and mid-off up. It's a left arm leg spinner. This one, he's defending out to point. Morrissey is very quick. Morancy is very quick on it. And young fellas, so they must be agile, they must be alert in the field, looking to defend a small total. Winwards, another flighted delivery, it's just outside the off stump, and spinning slightly away is Kurt Murray. So we are asking about spinners. You've seen one, and one that looks good.
Yeah.
Left arm leg spinner.
Yeah, he's getting some turn and bounce.
Not quick to the ear by any means. That one is shorter. Inviting Joe for a cut. He was looking to hit it up as well and looking to go over the point fielder, but missed out on it. And we will get in another over, Vic, because this is a spinner who is getting through his deliveries quite quickly and looking to drive at that one. He gets it through, and he has gotten one cut off there at mid-off. Good work. Not allowing more than one there, but everyone diving around trying to cut that one off, and it's 53 for 3, and we're going to have another over, as it's now just some 19 minutes past 1 according to my unofficial watch here. So we're now we've now completed over number 12, Leeward Islands. Over number 13. and Ford will continue. 53 for 3. So Leeward Islands not been let off the hook here at all by the Winwards. They know they've made a small total and they're going to make a game of it. Ford has picked up some 2 wickets from his 2 overs, 2 for 8 thus far. The other wicket taker is Kirsten Murray. He had 4 for 19, 1 wicket. As Ford continues here and putting that one just about a middle and leg and defended by Deontay Drew. He would want to survive until the lunch cutoff period. Our scorers looking ready for lunch, but would want to stay focused up until we get there. Just a little update. That one is a full delivery. Joe looking lazily at that one, driving lazily at it. Doesn't look too enthused at this moment, but would want to keep his wicket. A fall of the wicket just before you go into lunch wouldn't be very good for the Leeward Islands. Deontay Drew facing Davin Ford. 125 is the target for the Leewards. Another full delivery. He's hit this one down to deep fine leg. Can he get 2? A powerful return comes in to deny that opportunity of a second run. Good work down there. The Australia now, they are 114 for 5. If you're following the West Indies versus Australia game, 114 it is for 5. The West Indies continue to pick up wickets, but the Winward would want to do the same here in Connery Sporting Complex in St. Kitts. You have games going on around the island. It's the West Indies Rising Stars tournament. That's a shot, another one lifting from a good length. Again hitting Singh, but seems to be a very tough sort of character. Not gonna shy away from this challenge by any means. He has opened the batting and has managed to fight the Leewards up to 54 for 3, chasing 125 for victory. Modest total been posted by the Winwards. Nonetheless, they are making a good game of it. They're looking to defend this. It's worked into the onside. One is had at the moment. Morance comes quick onto it. Strong to coming in, but Singh is much too quick. And 2 runs to the total. That takes it up to 56 for 3. The Leeward Islands being asked to chase 125 for victory. That was the final delivery. As we go into the break, or the lunch break, and we advise you that the Leeward Islands been asked to chase 125 to win. They are now 54 for 3 in response to that. And we have now used some 14 overs out of the 50. But we're going to have a lunch break now, and we will rejoin you after that break. After about 30-35 minutes, we will be back with more commentaries.
You turn off. afternoon. Welcome back to the Connery Cricket Centre. We just went into the luncheon break. Some are still having their delicious lunches, and but the play is in action. And the first over is from the far end of the ground here. Lovely weather, brilliant sunshine. There is a keeper standing up for the left-arm spinner. I'll get his name for you in a moment. Okay, Kurt Murray is being swung into the wide long on boundary. First boundary after the luncheon interval. 4 runs. And by Drew. 4 runs, so the Leewards right after the interval of the account with 4 more runs, which as the total advances now to 6-0 and 3 wickets going down. Yes, we on the ball. Thank you, score. Here is a flighted delivery. There's a solid slip. The keeper standing up. There's a point cover, extra cover, and mid-off, a wide mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the backward square leg boundary. So, lovely day for cricket. 1 pitch up in the block hole, no run. And I say to my left, a special welcome to the Connery Cricket Centre Vijay and to this series 2015 on the 19 series. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you, Vic. How are you?
On the 19, sorry. Yeah, people always pick up big first mistakes. Yeah. Anyway, it's the under 19 2025 series, pardon me. And the Leeward Islands, they are chasing 124, which the Winwards posted after this morning when the Leeward Islands, VJ, they asked the Windward Islands to have first knock. So, and the keeper standing back, there's a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off. And here is its first delivery. Good stop there by short mid-off. No run. So the Leeward Islands batsmen, they have a lot of legal deliveries to face. So Vijay, the total within itself should not pose much of a challenge with good selection and proper timing and good running between the wickets. But they will have to exchange the strike. That is the Leeward Islands.
Certainly from here, they would be trying to get this score as quickly as possible. I think in this tournament, net run rate will come into play at some point with the point system. And so the Leewards, well, based on that first over, they came out with some intent to score quickly by Drew. So it would be interesting to see how they approach the rest of this chase.
Yes, as Ford continues. A delivery in the air. Has it been taken?
Yes.
Yes, so Ford getting his second wicket. Caught at cover. We will get the fieldsman name in a while, but good early dismissal for the Winwards. Just after the luncheon interval, and the Leeward Islands losing their 4th wicket. And Vijay, this can be an interesting contest, even though a modest 124 was posted on the board by the Windward Islands. This game of cricket is usually the game of glorious uncertainties, and we could never tell. We can really have a very enterprising first encounter in this on the 19 regional series and here at the Connery Cricket Centre between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands.
Yes, it was a really good catch by the man at cover there. He had to dive forward, and certainly at this juncture, these batsmen have to think about getting themselves back in. There's always the risk at a break to get a wicket, and the Winwards would have exploited that in getting.
Yes. Well, Macho Miller is the captain. He has just gone out into the middle. So he would know in this particular situation how good to cooperate with his other partner in trying to negotiate these runs. But on the other hand, Ford is on his way. He has 2 wickets to his name. One played down to short mid-wicket area. There is no run. So Vijay, as you know, you have seen and you've been doing a lot of coverage of cricket, and we know that as modest as 124 is that was posted by the Windward Islands, it can be very challenging for the Leewards.
Certainly. And it's good to see that the Winwards are keeping the pressure on with their field. And this one struck lovely down the ground by Miller. That goes for 4. Beats the man at short mid-on. A really good shot there. Got it on the full and just striking it nicely down the ground for 4.
Yes, and 4 more runs to the total, so we will get that for our listeners shortly, no problem. And 4 wickets going down, though, we can say. And the Leeward Islands, they are in pursuit, 6 wickets in hand. So they would need to use their shot selection process quite adequate in this situation, because with the percentage of legal deliveries to be bowled and what total was posted, Vijay, I think that the batsmen, they can only find themselves in a more comfortable position if they keep exchanging the strike.
Certainly, I think it's important when facing such a low total to not get complacent, but still try to play smart cricket, rotate the strike. There are a few gaps, try to exploit them, and just try to get to the scores, as I was saying, as quickly as possible with as little risk as possible.
Well, Kurt Murray is the bowler operating from that far end, and in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. Advances the total now onto 64 is on the board. 4 wickets down for the Leeward Islands. 124 is the target. Outside the off stump, fishing luckily for the batsman. Did not get a touch. His partner going to call him down immediately and have an exchange of words. So, quite interesting period of play here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And quite nicely placed in good positive positions to cut out those singles within the 30-yard circle. Solitary slip, keeper standing up, short point, cover, and extra cover, and a short mid-off, and a mid-off wide. One play down to the wide mid-off, straight to the fielder. There is no run. So another dot ball into that column. There is also a man at wide mid-on, a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, a short mid-wicket. Well, here is Murray in bowl. Left arm orthodox spinner, good one. Probably pitching just about centre and off. Batsman quietly playing it out to short extra cover. There is no run. 64. It is Vijay for the loss of 4 wickets. And the Leewards chasing 124. 125 for victory. And here is another flighted delivery from Kirk Murray. That has completed the over. So it is 64 for the Leeward Islands, chasing 124.
Yes, and for the Leeward Islands, it's not about the time they have to bat, because they have a good amount of overs. It's just how the batsmen apply themselves. And at this point, and especially being so early in the tournament, the batsman should look to get acclimatized and try to get some time out in the middle, of course. It's not a lot of runs, but still time in the middle is important as this tournament progresses. So these 2 batsmen would be hoping to see this score to this chase to the end.
Yes, well, 40 is going to continue from the media centre end with the wicketkeeper standing back, a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, extra cover, a shot mid-off. One driven out to wideish mid-off, a throw to the non-striker's end, the non-striker momentarily. He was just out of his ground. The ball did not struck, so everything ended safely as Ford comes back to his run just beneath us here at the media centre end. There's a fielder on the long leg boundary. There's a short mid-wicket, a man just to the left of the square leg umpire, and a mid-on. Quietly played to short extra cover. There is a fielder attacking it, so there is no run. And as you said, Vijay, early on, the batsmen, as this is the first encounter too, and the Leeward Islands batsmen, they are in a comfortable position in terms of the percentage of deliveries. So there is no necessity for any indiscretions, but they will have to try and work their ones and the twos. And occasionally they will get the bad balls, but they'll have to dispatch them if they present themselves. Here is more runs for the Leewards, played out to wide without, but good fielding. And in that process, the batsmen, though, they were able to get another run. So 65 it is for the loss of 4 wickets, Vijay. 66, pardon me, 66 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And it's really interesting, the field that the captain has set for the Winwards. There is a short mid-off and a short mid-on. And so really asking the batsmen to go over straight. This chance for run out, just missed by the man there at square leg. He would have been out had it been a direct hit. He came flying down. The wicket was the captain Miller, sent back by Drew. And so, this, Victor, in terms of the field, it's a good field. They're putting pressure on the batsmen. They're not allowing an easy single. And of course, in an age where runs, we've become so accustomed to runs, if you apply some pressure to these batsmen, it forces them now to apply themselves mentally to start the crease.
Yes. A delivery from Ford, it goes down the leg side. Now comes the signal for a wide, so it is 67 by that extra. An extra delivery will have to be ball. Stuart Wallens is the match referee in this encounter. No stranger around cricket. Former Syndicate, law order batsman and medium pacer, now in the role as a match referee. I had the privilege on more than one occasion to be his captain, so he usually, and here is one driven out to a wideish mid-off, and in the process there is no run. 67 it is for 4, Vijay. What do you think should be the general approach of the Leeward Islands batsmen in pursuit of the 124 which was posted by the Winwards?
Well, I would say with a score of 124, there must have been maybe the wicket playing a bit difficult. And based on the field, it seems like the captain would oblige with that. There's 2 fielders short. I think it's important just to give yourself an opportunity, get in, give yourself about 2-3 overs, and then batting becomes easier as you become more acclimatized to the surface. You get the pace of the wicket, and then you can look to be a bit more expansive. Now, what the Winwards is doing well is they're keeping the field enclosed, so they're not allowing any easy singles. The batsmen have to take the risk. And of course, we saw that in the over following, where the batsman took a risk and he got out. And so it's finding a way to balance the need to score runs, but also not getting bogged down by too much dot deliveries as well.
Because if the dot deliveries are consistent, it can just introduce some indiscretions from the batsmen, but we'll have to wait and see if that would exist. But on this occasion, the batsmen, they get in one, no possibility of a second, quick moving in the field, but turning over the strike is the Leewards. Well, one of your potential cricketers of the future came again with a magnificent spell, and guess who?
It was the man Mackenzie, I am sure.
Oh, you're not a fortune teller, but you guessed it right, Vijay. He got 5 wickets. He got 5 wickets in his spell, and this young man, he grows from strength to strength. But we are looking though at Miller operating from the far end with a solitary slip and the keeper standing up. There is a point, a cover, and an extra cover, and what we could say a mid-off or 2 mid-offs, 1 short and 1 deep. Here is Miller flighting and doing so. And it is always good to, in the shorter version of the game, when you see that variety and variations can come by the batsman inviting by the bowler inviting the batsman with flighted deliverers. Let's see how often Millime does that on this occasion. A little flatter, hitting the batsman outside the leg stump, but good mixture there by him. And the Leeward Islands, as you quite rightly said, Vijay, they have to keep exchanging the strike, not getting bogged down. It is not just about force, but here is one coming. Probably I said that too early. He got 4 runs over the wide long off boundary. That carries the Leewards into the 70s, is it?
72.
72, okay, good. So Vijay, these two, and with those boundaries that they will get occasionally, they will still have to knock it around and get the 1s and the 2s.
Yes, I think Miller showed good intent there. Taking a chance by going against the spin, hitting it over mid-on, but a good contact. He's a good striker of the ball. This one played into the offside, no run. Yes, he's a good striker of the ball, and so if it's in his arc, he has to dispatch them. As we've been saying, based on the field, the singles are not on offer.
And Miller bowling a decent spell so far, keeping a good line and length, not giving too many options to the batsmen. And immediately as that over was concluded, both batsmen having a mid-pitch conversation. We can see a player going out in the middle. Most of the times when you see players intruding like that, it's some sort of message. Yes. I would like to believe that is going out. Do you think so, Vijay?
Yes, certainly. There seems to have been some discussion there. I'm sure the message from the dressing room would be just to get in and bat along. I don't foresee this game being anywhere close if we get anywhere to the 30th over, considering the runs. For the Winwards, it's about wickets and how much they can take, and really they're doing a good job in terms of their field. This one full and struck to mid-on. Waiting to see if it's a no ball. It was a close call for no ball there.
For height?
Yes, but the umpires deciding against it. Drew would be disappointed with that. Should have probably dispatched that to the boundary.
Well, most of the times it is said that it's better to bowl a full toss than a short pitch delivery. But Drew would be most likely disappointed that he did not execute more appropriately. But Ford is going to continue. He has been bowling well though, Ford.
Yes, and this one flicked nicely by Joe. Should come back for 2, and they do. So good running. Oh, really good feeling by the man. I thought they would have gotten 2.
Well, it would have been risky based upon that throw that came in so quickly to the wicketkeeper. So in the end, well, I think what might have happened to that, the non-striker might have just lost his footing or balance for a moment. But it was wise in the end not to attempt the second run. Well, there again, too, there is no need to really run out yourself in this situation based upon how much legal deliveries have to be bowled.
Ford continues this one full outside the off stump. A drive there by Miller. He's looking at the umpire. He's probably asking a question about the wide, but the umpire not obliging him in this moment. But yes, it's important for these two batsmen just to try to rotate the strike, get acclimatized to the wicket. Really, they're still fresh in their innings. And this one full again, swung away down to the man at fine leg. The bowler losing his foot in there. He's on a heap on the ground, and it's taken some time to get back up. Umpire inquiring.
But Vijay also too, we do not have a monitor to our disposal. But to me, that delivery from our vantage point, it looked like it had height on it. Really,
yes, he's certainly flirting.
I was looking to see if the umpire might have called a no ball for height, but he being in the more appropriate position, my eyes might just be deceiving me with that analysis there on that occasion. But anyway, the batsmen, they were still able to get a run, advances the total now on to what, 74 or 74. Yeah. So we'll just have to keep tally, as we don't have the monitor here to provide us and keep us, but the score's been doing a good job. And here is one now. That is one very high now. Let us wait and see. And 4 runs. So 5 runs actually and a free hit. So those bonuses and so on will come in even more appropriate for the Leewards to overhaul or get to the 124.
Yes, Ford has been flirting with those deliveries, those full tosses.
79.
2 before, as you would have noted, were close to being a no ball. This one, no doubt. And good on Drew to dispatch that one over cover. Good shot. And he also has another opportunity to maximize this free hit.
Yeah, this is really a batsman game because only one way the batsman can be given out is run out. And here you see not able to capitalize actually on that free hit. He struck it straight to a fielder at wide mid-on. So that within itself brought back a little perspective to the Windward Islands. But Ford will be looking for his 3rd wicket, and how important and valuable it would be for the Leeward Islands if he can get it, especially in this over.
And this one driven nicely to the man there at extra cover. And so the over comes to an end at 20 overs. Leeward Islands 79 for 4, chasing 125 for victory.
And also to VJ, this is a very good opportunity for the both batsmen who are in right now for the Leeward Islands. Not just think about staying there, but at least coming out with good individual scores, as this is the first tournament match of this under 19 regional cricket tournament. So on that premise, it can only do themselves confidence going into the second match which they have. And so many spaces are in the field, and that should even give more valuable reasons why no indiscretions should be coming into their shot selections.
Says Murray continues from the far end. Oh, and there's an appeal, and he's given out, and we have to.
LBW.
Yes, he's signaling that. It seemed like he was signaling that he hit the ball, but it was caught at slip. So I'm not really sure what he was saying to the umpire. But the captain now has to go, and we'll verify the mode of dismissal there.
I believe it's LBW. Anyway, we will get some clarification on how the batsman was out. Well, from our vantage point, we might just get it wrong, but to me it appeared that it was more for LBW decision, because I couldn't see where the batsman indicating to the umpire he got a touch and it went straight in the fielder's hand. I mean, that will be very good sportsmanship to let the umpire know that. But 5 wickets going down halfway into the Leeward Islands batting. We have a game on here at the Canary Cricket Centre. Yes, I would like to believe, but we'll get the clarification on that dismissal. Yes. Yeah, and that will be good, because I believe it's LBW, but we'll wait and see for that confirmation. But 5 wickets going down, VJ, and it's at the halfway stage in terms of the wicket columns. So the Windward Islands should feel very motivative if they can get even 2 quick wickets preceding the 5 wickets that they have at present.
Well, at this stage they need 46 more runs, but now 5 wickets left.
First slip. Okay. Decision is now confirmed that the batsman was out caught, and so in any event 5 wickets down for the Leeward Islands, and the advances their total now into the 80.
80, yeah.
Okay.
I think the new batsman is Pluck.
Is who, Pluck?
New batsman is Pluck. Sorry, Pascal.
Oh. Well, the captain comes in then at a very critical period of play. 5 wickets going down.
It's Pluck. Pluck batting.
Oh, it is Pluck. Oh, the captain just out.
Yeah.
So it is Pluck. And here a single just after the wicket fell, and so
80.
Right.
It's 80 for 5.
80 runs, 5 wickets. Wow.
This nicely flighted delivery. Murray's bowling really well here from the far end. He's really varying his pace, his line and his length. He's doing a really good job and got the crucial wicket of the captain Miller. Again, nicely flighted delivery. He's really tempting them.
Well, the thing is too that with the new batsman just coming to the crease too, that was a very good option of inviting him, probably trying to introduce him into some discussion, but he played the appropriate strokes by just playing it quietly out to short extra cover, concluded the over. Well, there's going to be another bowling change from this media centre end. We've seen the bowler marking out his run. We will get to us in a moment.
What's the name?
Joel.
Okay, we got it right. So Joel Durand. Wow. Let us see if he can bring some more enterprising results at this particular moment for the Windward Islands. 5 of the Leeward Islands batsmen back in the pavilion. What is going to be the outcome, Vijay? You are the expert here.
Well, what I do know is that Carlton Pluck by nature is a very aggressive batsman. He likes the ball and the bat. He likes to score quickly. So it really would be interesting to see how he approaches now this innings. Pulling this one out to the man at mid-wicket. Yes, it would be interesting to see how he approaches this innings, considering there isn't really a need to score as quickly as he normally does. However, there is a need for them to occupy the crease and try to get these runs.
Well, if they're going to get loose deliveries that they think they should score off, they have to try to execute. But really not taking no undue risk, but just making certain that they don't get blocked down. That was going down the leg side. And a lot of times, from our vantage point, we can get that indication whereby once you see the keeper going down the leg side, most of the times, he's going down there with the expectation to gather the ball. But that was not so on that occasion. Interesting period of play here at the Connell Cricket Centre. And for moments I thought, even though the batsman now gets a single out to short mid-wicket, going on the back foot to a relatively almost well-pitched delivery, he was lucky probably he did not beat the bat. He might have been in some difficulty there.
A dangerous shot. However, he is very short in stature. So it may be easier for him to get away with that. Had he been a little taller, the bat would have had to come down from a further distance. Pluck played this one nicely. Durand giving it some flight here. Bowling right arm off break. So good start, steady start from him. He did start with a bit of a short delivery, but has found his length. Durand giving this some flight. Swept to the man behind square, no run. And the over concludes at the end of 22 overs. This score 82 for 5.
Well, 22 overs. And in the overs column, the Leeward Islands batsmen, especially more so those two who are out in the middle now, should realize that they are much ahead in terms, not really what is required, but ahead in terms of the deliveries that would have to be bowled and the runs that is required now, because it was just 124 that the Windward Islands scored. But that has been established. 5 wickets have gone down though for the Leewards. So a very interesting period of play here.
Drew playing this one off the back foot. I think he would be better served trying to get more forward to these deliveries. It's dangerous. The pitch doesn't seem to have that a lot of bounce in it. And he's looking now to hit that one over mid-off. Gets the outside edge, I believe. We're going to wait for the signal from the umpire. Oh, it's Buys. So missing it completely. Luckily for him, and the score goes up by 1. Pluck now on strike.
But I think there too that it had somewhat spin on it. The only thing that he was lucky on, he didn't get an edge to it. So
Self in. Plays this one nicely. It's important for the younger batsmen to understand that you can't score runs from the dressing room. You have to be out there. You have to apply yourself and give yourself a best chance, or the best chance, to score as many runs as possible. Pluck settles over his bat again. And this one stabbed to the man at backward point. No run. At the end of 23 overs, at 23 overs, the score 83 for 5. Leeward Islands requiring 42 more runs with 5 wickets in the hut.
yes, and very interesting period of play. 42 runs, 5 wickets in hand. Well, the two batsmen and more so, Drew it is?
Drew.
He's not out on how much? Drew.
16.
16, so he has gotten a start, and he should realize it is very important for him to go deep into these overs. That was spinning and turning, and from our vantage point, we saw that right away. So, but I think the spinners are holding their own right now, because the dominant factor for the Leeward Islands when they bowled, the spinners took the bulk of wickets for the Leewards.
Drew, this one hitting that one straight, bowler misfeeling. It was struck firmly, and he gets a single. Yes, he's 17 now from 38 deliveries, so he has gotten a start. As you said, it's important for him to carry on having gotten this start. Plays this one to the man at cover, no run. So good battle here between the spinners and the batsmen, Victor.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, a good battle indeed.
Pluck driving this one again to the man at cover, no run. So Duran giving it some flight, tempting Pluck, inviting him to take a risk. And Pluck striking this one nicely. Good feeling by, and there's a run out. I thought there was a single on offer there, but good fielding by the man at cover. There was some indecision by the batsman, and ultimately Pluck, he pays the ultimate price with his wicket. And now Leewards losing their 6th wicket via the run-out route with the score on 84. How would you describe that, Vic?
Well, what actually happened there too, that the spinners have been holding their own, whereby, and I think the percentage of dot balls that was bowled, that presented the pressure, and whereby it was more so a non-striker's call, and if he was running immediately, because the striker Pluck, he was already on the move, and then the fielder was on the ground when he gathered the ball. So then if the striker Pluck did accept the call from the non-striker, it could have been an easy run in the end, but through that misunderstanding. But I think what did create that misunderstanding, Vijay, was those dot balls percentages that just applied the pressure on the Leeward Islands batsmen. So now, here it is, yes, modest total, runs done on the board. So it's going to be a challenge for the Leeward Islands, 4 wickets in hand. So
Yes.
what, 30-something runs to have?
Just about, it's 41. They need 41 from here.
41 from here. And what, 4 wickets in hand? Game on.
Game on.
Game on, game on. We'll get that
Number
shot.
35.
So, a productive over by the run-out route for the Windward Islands. And going by the run-out route, 6 wickets down, 83 for the loss of 6 wickets. VJ, the Windward Islands should definitely now figure that they have an equal opportunity like the Leeward Islands in this first encounter of this under-19 regional cricket tournament, where matches have been played in St. Mary's Park in Keon, St. Paul's Recreation Ground, here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and at the El Comida Willett Park in Nevis.
I think it's Israel. New batsman at the crease, Israel Morton.
Well, you will really have to come like an Israelite now and really but for the Leeward Islands. But Vijay, it is a very good opening encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre between Leeward and Windward Islands, which have always been very competitive at all levels, and this is no exception.
So as we see a change in bowling from the far end again, some indecision by by the batsmen in the middle now. It's really important for them to iron this out.
Well, and they better iron it out early, because 4 wickets in hand and still some 41 runs to get thereabout. Short delivery, they're going to get some runs. It's going to get close to the third man boundary. I don't believe it might cross the boundary, but we'll have to wait and see. They run 1, they run 2. And as I said, only 2 they will have, but all the runs now, in whatever form or fashion that at Leeward Islands would get those runs, it will be most valuable to them. But on the other hand, the Windward Islands will need to continue taking wickets. But I still like to believe that we have a very good first encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre between the Leewards and Windward Islands.
Yes, it's certainly not a high-scoring encounter, but it has its entertainment. This one short, pulled down by the bowler and cracked away to the boundary by Drew. And so the score now moves on to 90.
Well, and you see, Vijay, the thing is here on in that a right-arm wrist spinner or left-arm wrist spinner, but he being right arm, it's always a touch and go for him to pick up his line and length early with such a modest total which has been posted. But let us see how his remaining deliveries may be. That one a lot better, being played out to short extra cover and no run. If the wrist spinner could definitely find his good line and length, then that's the difference.
Yes, well, we did see a leg spinner getting some good results on this pitch, so he can take some confidence from that, having seen Mackenzie in the first inning. He probably experienced Mackenzie in the first innings as well. And so, you know, as a leg spinner, as you would have noted, Victor, it is important for us to recognize that while they are match winners, they are wicket takers, but however they are more susceptible as well to the bad delivery, and so it's a give and take. They are a potent weapon to use. Once leg spinner gets it correct, it's really difficult to get them off the square, but that comes at the cost of full deliveries and shorter deliveries that as a batsman you certainly have to look out for and to punish.
Yeah, well, Vijay, the thing is too that the Leeward Islands batsmen, once they can keep exchanging the strike, it will make their task much easier in terms of overhauling 124, hitting across the line. Oh my. Well, we from a different direction and angle and position, but just playing across the line of delivery, that was totally very risky. A call for a leg before, but the umpire said not out. So here, let us see.
Johan bowling really well here.
Oh yes,
that one not so short. Morton trying to cut it, but Johan has been bowling really well. He's varied his line and length and pace really well so far. Again, this one turning past the leg stump and beating the keeper. The batsman scamper back for 2, and because it's wide, they will get 3 runs overall.
Yeah, and really, that is the thing here too, Vijay, whereby he'll have to bowl the extra delivery, while 3 runs has been added to the total, and those bonuses make the task much easier for the Leeward Islands batsmen.
Morton cutting this one, good shot, good use of the feet there, and hitting this one in the vacant point region, getting 2 runs. Good use of the crease there, he made some space and was able to get it in that gap between backward point. And so 5 runs off the over so far, a little risk involved. And so good batting by Morton. Plays this one nicely. Smart cricket from him. Score on 95. The Leewards now need 30 runs to win with 4 wickets in hand. This one again short and just over the man at cover, and it's running away to the boundary. It stops just short of the rope and the batsman scamper back for 3. So lucky there is Morton just getting it over the man at cover who is in the circle. Batsman get 3. So living a bit dangerously here, the Leeward Islands.
Well, that is the sort of luck at times that batsmen would need, and there it was. But good effort, even though the fielder did not get a hand to it. At least the effort that he tried was a good one. That has concluded the over. So the Leeward Islands very close to the 100 mark. And,
98.
98 runs. And the 2 batsmen out there too. And Vijay, we have been saying this over and over, with the percentage of deliveries to be bowled and what is required in terms of runs. 4 wickets in hand. So you would expect, with no indiscretions, that the 2 batsmen out there now who are fairly set should weigh the situation appropriately and just play as it presents itself.
Yes, there's no need for undue risk. And with barring that catch attempt, which really it was a short delivery, it should have been punished, but it did present an opportunity for the fielding team, so they don't need to take much risk. And this one flighted outside the off stump by Jones, the leg spinner coming from the far end, and giving it good flight. And Morton steering that one in the backward point region. Good fielding there by the man at backward point. A really athletic fielding there, just to limit that to a single as Drew takes strike again. This one patted back to extra cover. And Drew hitting this one, a short delivery, but just gets it to the man at cover. And no one taken. So once again, this one short and slapped through that gap. And it's running close to the boundary and should get there. So a good shot by Deantre Drew. And that brings up the 100 for the Leeward Islands. They are now 103 for 6. And just requiring just about 22.
Yeah, 22. So, well, 4 wickets in hand. What can be the outcome? Okay, and our very efficient scorers to my right, or to our right, DJ, and they read it well. They have been reading the game well all day, and just batting sensibly, as they quite rightly say. And I must agree with that. They are knowledgeable of the game, and we do not have a gender bias here.
Yes. It just requires smart cricket from here. But of course, the Winwards as well need to do as much as they can within these next couple of deliveries to try to get a breakthrough. Of course, Morton is a good enough batsman, and so they should probably be looking to try to squeeze another wicket here. and get into the tail of the Leeward Islands. And this one short again, caught in the backward point region. The man at cover is going around, batsman cross for 2. He runs close to the boundary, but the man at cover reels it in. So 2 more to the score. And now the Leeward Islands flat out need 20 with 4 wickets remaining. And this may end soon.
Well, Vijay, you know that, I'm very speculative on cricket, and no.
And looking to sweep that one.
And I think if it was quarter right is right again, there is no need for that stroke. Just play it down to mid-on. Okay. Okay, all right.
Yes, as
probably her middle name is Eva. All right. Some scorers do not like their names to be mentioned on here, please.
And Morton again looking to cut this one, takes a quick single. And so it's interesting that the captain hasn't adjusted his feel to put a man there more backward of point. Morton has been hitting that area well. So maybe something for the captain to take into consideration. And this one, a full toss swung away into the leg side. Just a single as the man at deep mid-wicket comes across and cleans up. And so, yes, after a bit of a stutter by the Leeward Islands, these 2 batsmen now seem to be finding it a bit more comfortable now, batting-wise, and would be hoping that they can see this through to the end. Again, he's looking to sweep.
Well, sometimes umpires would give decisions based upon the stroke that batsman attempts, because they have been doing that quite often, and it appears from our vantage point it's not necessary, especially in terms of the situation. But he has gotten this one nicely, but a good stop there by a man at short mid-wicket, and still there is misunderstanding between the batsmen. But usually, they usually say don't run off a little misfield when it's not too far out of the fielder's reach. But in any event, it was safe in the end. So how much more runs is required for victory for the Leewards?
Well, they need
18? Okay. See? 18. 4 wickets in hand. That's right. Okay. 18. So, and so much deliveries to be bowled. 107. 107.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes,
Duran, yes. All right, we'll get it all sorted out.
Murray to continue from the far end. The score 107 for 6. Yes, as 18 required for victory.
Yep. So, also, what is noticeable so far to that at the conclusion, whichsoever this match may go and whoever may win, a factor would be that none of the teams would have gone to 50 overs. So, a lot has to be considered by both teams, because the percentage of wides have been very extensive in both teams' innings. So no doubt the coaches will have their work cut out going forward to work on all the bowlers to curtail that percentage of extra deliveries which conceded by wides.
I concur. Andrew is looking to hit this one over long on. Poor shot by him. Really not necessary. You're already scoring at a good rate. You have a lot of deliveries to go. But Murray now enticing him with a flighty delivery, and he only succeeded in hitting it to the man at a backward point. So disappointing end there for DeAndre Drew. He made 23 from 45 deliveries and really throwing it away there. And so the Leewards now 107 for 7.
Yeah, and when we look at it, Vijay, in the circumstances and the situation, players have to be able to be better assessors of what is required, what stroke play is necessary, what is not necessary, and just bat according to the situation of the game. Because in that position, in the way that he was dismissed, not taking anything away from the bowler, but the bowler was wise in his thinking through to flight delivery, and it was a flighted delivery. He opened up his eyes and he was thinking that he could have gotten it over wide mid-off. But for the spin and turn that the left armer got, it just held out to a simple catch at point. So we are always in the position, Vijay, to see that players, and especially more so the young players in this under 19 2025 series, will have to access how many more deliveries to be bowled legally, how many more runs to be had, and just play accordingly there, because ones and twos is appropriate, but you're still there at the wicket. And then too, when you're looking at is a tournament where you will have an opportunity to bat again. So the more time you spend out in the middle is the more confident you can get innings after innings. So I think a lot of times too many of us lay too much of blame on the coaches. The players have responsibility, and in 50 overs, whereby the field is widely spread, they have to start getting into the habit of appreciating ones and twos are in the game of cricket too as batsmen. And we have seen too much of that of our levels in West Indies cricket.
It's all about match awareness, as you're talking about, the match awareness and how you go about playing this situation. Now, it's one thing to be a good technical batsman. You can have a good technique, but if you don't have the mental fortitude and the concentration and as I said, the ability to read the match, to understand what is necessary to get to victory, then that comes for naught. That I don't think that Drew really took into consideration the fact that now he has opened the door for the Windward Islands.
Okay, the new batsman is
Tilokani. Yes, new batsman Kunal Tilokani. And now the Winwards with that wicket of the set Drew. Now this is where the match gets in. This is where the match gets interesting. With 7 wickets down, you're now flirting with the tail, and so it would be interesting to see how the match goes from here. Pressure back on the Leewards. Tilokani plays this nicely to mid-off. And yes, as we were saying, Vic, it's all about match awareness, and I do agree with you. Batsmen have to take some responsibility in how they approach their innings. It's not everything a coach can do for you. They're not the ones going out there to play.
That's right. They can only give the instructions for the best results, but you'll have to work it out, or the players will have to always work it out there in the middle. But another run for the Leeward Islands, and even down to this particular point, if they can just keep exchanging the strike and so forth, because the percentage of deliveries which has to be bowled, 3 wickets are in hand. So from a Winward Islands point of view though, 2 quick wickets can strike it totally in their favour.
And we must commend them. And this one shot again, cut away behind point by Morton. It should get 2. Good work by the man at backward point. So 2 more runs to the score. Now moving on to 110. So the score 110 in 29 overs. The Leeward Islands requiring 15 runs from 31 overs.
You see that?
Is it? So it would be it would be 31 overs. It's 21 overs.
But you see the equation there. High percentage, almost, well, not almost, very far from what runs is required. So it is just a matter of VJ that to me as a batsman, really in 50 overs where the field is widely spread and where most of the times we know there is no silly mid-off and a forward short leg to say that psychological pressure is on batsmen. It makes batsmanship so much more easy and comfortable for batsmen to get runs. But it seems like a lot of batsmen just don't like staying out there in the middle and scoring runs. Well, there's going to be a change of bowling from the media centre end here. And wicketkeeper standing back, a man on the third man boundary, a pointer cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. Interesting moment play here, Vijay.
Kirsten Murray into the attack and immediately hitting Tilokani on the pads. And so a good move here by the skipper of the Windward Islands, bringing back his fast bowlers to see if they can prize a wicket here. And really, it is a low-scoring encounter, but certainly entertaining. And as I was saying, we must commend the Windward Islands for doing such a good job of keeping themselves in the game. They have taken wickets at regular intervals, and so they've made the best of a low total and potentially a winning total.
Well, yeah, and it is so true. Anything is always possible in this game of cricket. And in that sense, now too, that the Leewards batsmen, they will have to really be careful here because the pendulum can totally swing back in the Winwards. But I agree with you, dear Vijay. The Winward Islands must be commended for their valiant effort thus far in terms of the modest total which they scored was 124. And they're fighting well. We could never tell how it may end.
Oh, this one, he struck on the pad, and that is a good shout for LBW. The umpire turning that one down, but Tilokani really struggling these first three deliveries. And as I said, he the captain of the Winwards, at least for these first three deliveries, would feel vindicated with his choice to bring back his fast bowler and to see if they can at least get one of these two batsmen out.
Especially if he can produce that very valuable Yorker. Let us wait and see.
Murray is bowling with a bit of pace here. Tilokani hitting that one to backward point. Again, it's important for these two batsmen to understand that even if they play a maiden or 5 maidens, they still would have enough deliveries to score these 15 runs that is required.
Oh my.
And so, again, application and staying at the crease is important at this juncture. And this one full driven nicely to the man there at point.
Might have just missed out there with that full toss. Did not execute it as he would have liked to or preferred to. But just finding the feeler at point. Well, what can happen also to Vijay? The more dot balls that can be bowled to these two batsmen, that will apply pressure too. I mean, it is true. The runs is far less than the balls required. But they will just have to be sensible.
Oh, good slow delivery there. Beaten all ends up is Tilokani. A really good over, a maiden by Kirsten Murray. So good call by the captain, and the score still remains 110 after 30 overs. The Leeward Islands requiring 15 runs from 120 deliveries.
Well, that's the equation, and quite rightly said there. And you know that is what makes batting easier in this situation for batsmen. Yes. 3 wickets are still in hand, but the two out there should realize if that high percentage of legal deliveries which is to be bowled, then they have the golden opportunity to get these runs in a comfortable fashion to me, because look at the field placement right now, Vijay, and the offside is very heavily packed. So if the bowler can keep that line and length in that area, that also too is a necessity, but he pitches it short. It's been cut, no run, so another dot ball. The pressure can just mount up by the percentage of dot balls. So once the bowler can keep bowling to that heavy pack offside field and the batsman cannot get through it, then that could present a different picture.
And Murray just trying this one, swung and just falling short of the man at the backward square boundary. And so lucky to get away with that one. Should have probably dispatched it for 4 though. It was short and he did get inside the line of the ball, but only succeeded in hitting it high into the air for single. Tilokania now on strike. This one short again, wrapped on the pad, on the back foot, loud appeal, and
probably for height then.
Yes, the umpire, they did take some time. They were considering it. The bowler disappointed.
Well, I see the umpire indicating and that she was just striking above her waist, so she was indicating clearly that it was height. It would have gone over the stump. But there again, too, the batsman, you don't have to really be hitting across the line of the ball, because if it was at a low trajectory.
Oh, this one.
Tightness again out in the offside. No more runs for the Leeward Islands. 111. So, and the late umpire international John Shepherd would have been skipping around and hopping around. That was his usual thing. Flighted delivery, played forward, out to short, extra cover, no run, another dot ball. But that is irrelevant in the circumstances and situations in how many more legal deliveries to be had and how many more runs to be taken. We'll just have to wait and see. Short, played quietly to first slip. No run. That concludes another over. So, Vijay?
Well, I have to point out that for Murray, coming from the far end, his figures 8 overs, 2 wickets for 16 runs. So he's done a really good job of applying pressure from his end for sure. And Duran, who was coming from the media center end as well as forward, they've all done a really good job of keeping the pressure on. It's not a situation where the batsmen have gotten away and it's been free scoring for them. They've really had to work hard for their runs and will have to continue to work hard for their runs, as in that last over it only went for 1 run. And so, well, a run and over will get you there. But it's if these batsmen have the fortitude to bat it out.
Well, all the bowlers for the Windward Islands too, Vijay, they have been good. All the bowlers used. I don't think any high percentage of runs came off of any particular bowler. The most might have been close to 30 if it was that close by any bowler, but we will recheck and see. But I don't believe so. 24, and that's reasonable. So they have done well, Winwards, up to this particular moment. And played down to short mid-off. There is no run. So in recent overs or in recent deliveries, we have seen whereby the Leewards have been restricted in terms of even turning over the strike, and what that can amount to in terms of pressure, we may never know. We'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, this one, a brilliant catch. That is a lovely catch by the man at mid-wicket. Israel Morton playing back to that one, getting a bit of, well, he closed his bat face early, looped into the ear, but a really, really good catch by the man at mid-wicket there, diving forward, and another wicket falls for the Leeward Islands. And as you were saying, Vic, the pressure is now telling on these two batsmen. The score 111 now for 8, and certainly now you have to be thinking as the Windward Islands that you're bowling at the tail, and you stand a great chance now of probably getting a positive result, which would have seemed far away considering the first inning score. But they really have done a good job of fighting tooth and nail to get as close as possible to victory here. New batsman coming in, Micah Mackenzie, the magician with the ball earlier in the day.
And he has some ability where he can bat too, but it was a very good catch by the captain, Stefan Pascal, leading by example and taking a nice diving catch and has intrigued much more pressure on the Leeward Islands to get to 125 for victory. So the experienced Mackenzie, he is in now in the role of batting. He took 5 wickets in his bowling spell, and here he has an opportunity now to try and take his team to victory with the bat. So, what can be the outcome? And only Vijay can tell me. I would not know, but Vijay will tell us what can be the outcome. Here is the first delivery to Mackenzie. It is a chance for a catch, and another wicket goes down. And who is taking the catch again? The captain, Stephen Pascal, taking the catch. Mackenzie will have to make his way back to the pavilion, and the Windward Islands now would definitely think that they can pull off this first encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre against the Leeward Islands, with what? The final batsman coming and making his way to the crease. Cricket, lovely cricket at the Connery Centre. We are all witnessing.
We just clipped into the leg side, but a really good running catch by the captain Pascal.
So 2 good catches.
Yes, he has, and now we have to recognize that Kirsten Murray now is on a hat trick, and he'll be bowling that hat trick delivery to the number 11 batsman, Caden Francis, and so he. Francis would be first of all hoping to avoid the hat trick. Of course, Murray, the inverse, he'll definitely want to seal this potential victory with a hat trick. And so really now an intriguing contest as the final pair for the Leeward Islands. They require 14 runs from all but 110 deliveries.
And Vijay, that is why you should never bet on cricket.
Yes.
Keep your money in your pocket. You hear? Don't bet Victor, right? Don't attempt to bet me because you will lose. Well, but this is cricket, boy. We have seen this ever so often.
Ooh, that is a lovely hat-trick delivery, and there was a loud appeal, and the umpire signals leg by the bowler, and the Windward Islands themselves disappointed that decision didn't go their way, but a really, really good delivery for hat-trick delivery.
Like I tell you, Vijay, I was looking at the wicketkeeper movement, and probably that was a given idea to the presiding umpire. Why would you be moving down the leg side? Most likely to collect the ball. So a lot of times when appeals goes up, if the wicketkeeper stays stationary, it more given an inclination, it might be more wicket to wicket. But from the time he was moving down the leg side. But here is another delivery, played quietly out, and obviously in the Leewards camp at this moment, there will be a lot of nervous moments. Because if anyone did tell me before chasing this total, although I know and I've seen it transpired in cricket, a modest total 124 was posted by the Winwards. But how well they have defended it. And up to this particular moment now, they look like they can likely win this first encounter with just the 1 wicket to be had. And how much more runs? 9 or still 10 or something like that?
They require 13, yes, 13
so, runs. And 1 wicket to go down. So yes. I would say it is more in the Windward Islands column at this particular moment. Well, but at the same time, we have seen before last wicket partnerships, but with 1 wicket to go, on speculation, to me, it looks more likely in the Windward Islands column. Not saying that Leewards cannot pull it off, but we will still have to wait and see.
I would like to.
What do you think, Vijay?
Well, I would like to commend Kirsten Murray for a wicket maiden. There was a leg by, but he would have delivered a wicket maiden, a double wicket maiden, and certainly that over swung the balance back in favor to the Winward Islands. And really it has been a seesaw game, and as I was saying, we really should commend the Winward Islands for not giving up. I mean, at the innings, when their innings concluded, it would have been easy to say, well, 124 maybe not, but they came out swinging, they came out fighting, and they've really made as much of a game as they could have, and now potentially could snatch a victory here. It's all up to Francis. Francis is looking to sweep. Just getting it to the man there at square leg. Now, there is a man at the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a backward square and a short fine. Man at regulation mid-wicket, long on. Mid-off in the circle, extra cover and backward point with a slip. And he's playing back to this one. Murray has bowled a really good spell. He has varied his line length and speed to maximum effect. Only 16 runs coming off of his bowling, and he's into his 9th over. And Francis again looking to sweep.
And finding the captain there, who has been doing a good job. He has taken some good catches. That's Stefan Pascal that's not Pascal on that occasion? No. Okay, that was not him in that occasion. But because in that position where the catches were taken, and it's a different fielder in that position. But those were some good catches by the captain. And from our vantage point, I mean, it's not easy to pick up the players from that distance where we are. So we always appreciate, I think, the captain is at first slip?
Yeah,
okay, right. But the captain has taken some good catches. And here is one just turned down to short fine leg. Pressure is on. Well, the equation of overs that is left, that is out.
Yes.
It's just the one wicket that is at hand. And
13 runs.
I agree with you, Vijay, that the Windward Islands have really bowled well. Yes. And they've taken some good catches.
Francis now finally playing with a straight bat. He's trying to sweep all over. And now pats this one back to the bowler. And a maiden over delivered by Murray. He's had an excellent spell from the far end in this innings. The score 112 after 33 overs. 112 for 9. 33 overs.
Well, the coach Cornwall for the Leeward Islands, he would not be very pleased with the response by his team, the Leeward Islands. But the Winward Islands, all commendations must be given to them because they have fielded well, they have consistently bowled well, good line and length, and I think the support in general in the outfield cricket has been very good. Looking for the final wicket is the Winward Islands.
This one short. Rushing Tilokani is unable to get anything but his thigh pad on it. And yes, I do agree. It's important when defending a low total, not only to ensure that the bowlers do a good job, but the fielders have to back up the bowlers as well. And as you would have noted, Vic, there has been some really good feeling overall by the Windward Islands. They've taken some good catches and they've done their best to apply as much pressure on the Leeward Islands batsman as possible. This one full and struck nicely over the man in the circle at mid-off. That goes for 4. So some pressure being released there by Tilokani. Good shot. A full toss by Kirsten Murray. A real bad delivery in this comeback spell by him. But nonetheless, a good shot by Tilokani. And now the equation goes into single digits. 9 runs now required, 1 wicket left. A full toss again, a slow delivery this time. Struck out to the man there in front of square.
Not where he intended to put it, but luckily for him, he got back onto it. And it went to the fielder just on square. Yes. And the onside, he was aiming for the offside. But we've been favored by the Lord with good weather here in terms of the sunshine. The weather is always good.
It's a lovely day to play cricket.
But a lovely day for cricket.
Tilokani.
Boy.
I think the question is, does Tilokani trust Francis with the strike? As he is the number 11 batsman, and so I think that they probably considered a single, but all things considered, Tilokani probably should be the man on strike.
Well, we're not too certain the ability of the non-striker, so but based upon what we're seeing, And most likely, I believe he have some ability in batting. But a lot of times, though, we usually see that the batsman who is trying to shield the other batsman does be ending up outing.
Yeah.
And well, it's been acknowledged by our scorers also that.
Well,
but a lot of times it has happened that way.
I personally
whereby-
don't believe in farming the strike. I believe
Yeah,
that
just
if you,
because it comes down
you
to
know,
that. Yeah.
from number 1 to 11, they have to bat. You have a bat in your hand and you have to use
You
it.
should be able to have. You know,
Yeah.
you might not be as skillful as
Yes, a
4,
top order
5,
batsman,
and
yes.
6 and so on.
But at
Yeah,
this
that's
time,
right. That's right.
it doesn't really require. It just requires you to grind it out. You just need to stay out there.
Also, to the next side of it, too, as the over completes, is that batting at this position, the non-striker could show to that how he bats could suggest to the team to I need promotion.
Yes,
If
and
he could show himself that he doesn't deserve to be at number 11, so just prove it. It in the position you bat. If you have the ability that you can bat, just bat. But this always makes the game of cricket so interesting when it's not a one-sided affair.
Yes,
Whatsoever way
yes.
it goes. And the segment whereby one team had the upper hand, it gone back to the other team, and then it now come out to we're looking. Persons would have heard 124, and some people will say, "Oh, Leeward's gonna win that easily," but that is not how the game goes. It's always by the ball of ball.
Yes, it's
Well, until the match is over, then we will know who is the winner. But
well, if someone said that the Leeward Islands would have won the game, then that would have been the wrong memo, because the Winwards have done a really good job of keeping this encounter as close as possible. Really, I cannot understate it. They've done a really good job of staying in the game, fielding, bowling really well. Murray now to complete his final over.
well, and the thing is that, like we've been saying too, the fielding of the Windward Islands have supported the bowlers quite nicely, and that was the incentive also too, by applying pressure on the Leeward Islands batsmen. But I think a lot of indiscretions came in from the Leeward Islands batsmen in terms of their shot selection and choices. But here is one driven straight down the ground, but wider, and the throw was not good. It looked like it might have been interested if it was a more accurate throw. But in the meantime, though, the batsmen were able to get another run, so that will dilute the equation to an extent for the Leeward Islands. But one wicket to be had.
Down to 8 now. So 8 required 1 wicket in hand. And certainly a low scoring game, but very enterprising.
Oh yes, cricket, lovely cricket.
Ooh, that one keeping a bit low. Tilakani on the back foot there. Murray, we cannot understate as well the spell of bowling that he has had from the far end has really kept the Windward Islands in this game, certainly. And a no ball though now.
Ooh.
Maybe a commentator's curse there, Vic.
Well, boy, you can at least give away that now at this particular moment. One more to the total. Extra delivery have to be ball, free hit, and only one where the batsman can be given out. Yeah. So, Novel is leaving us now, and all right, Novel. And
Alright, so
6 runs, right? Okay.
5.
6 runs for a tie. All right.
So Tilakani has the option with a free hit here, and it's short, and he's succeeded in just hitting it to the man at long off, but a direct hit, but Tilakani gets in, so just a single, but a very eventful free hit there. Tilakani looking to clear mid-off, only succeeded in getting it to the man, a direct hit, but he was in his crease, and this score now moves to 119.
And remember too, with that direct hit, that's the only way the batsman could be given out by run out.
I thought about that when I saw them taking a single Vic. I thought about what you would say.
Well, I have never seen it, not that it has not happened. But this would have been the first time that we would have actually been in the position covering this match and seeing it for the first time. But interesting.
Francis. Oh.
Yes, I believe so.
That is Francis now pinned in front, and a remarkable victory here by the Windward Islands. Francis going down, he's tried all innings to sweep. He hasn't been successful, and ultimately paying the price here. And so a really good victory by the Windward Islands. And I must say, that man Murray, who has bowled so well from the far end, caps off a really good spell with that final wicket. So the Leeward Islands going under here in a low scoring encounter, being bowled out for 119, losing by 7 runs.
Well, commendations to the Windward Islands. They came out, they only scored 124 where they were all out, and they came out with the strong belief that they can represent and defend the total, and how well they have defended it, Vijay. Collectively, all the bowlers that were used by the Windward Islands, they were very good, and they stuck to the task. The fielders in general supported all the bowlers, so the bowling and out cricket of the Windward Islands was good. The bowling on behalf of the Leewards was good to bowl them out for 124, but in defending it, we have to give so much commendations to the Windward Islands, defeating the Leeward Islands in this first encounter of the 2025 Regional Under 19 cricket here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So the players are doing the general sportsman-like greetings each other and congratulating each other. But Vijay, we must definitely give them commendations. Yeah. It will be good for us though if we can get some bowling figures as to what transpired here in terms of the innings. But if you can just step across and get it from our scorers, then we will wrap up, that we can get some bowling figures. But we can tell those of you who might just be joining, especially in the Windward Islands, here at the Connery Cricket Centre though, the match has just concluded where the Windward Islands defeated the Leeward in the first on the 19
by 5 runs. By 5 runs.
By 5 runs. And the next game here at Connery would be, we will tell you all,
Sunday.
I think it was Sunday probably, but we'll get that confirmation. And,
yes, I would like to apologize. I would have stated that they would have won by 7 runs. It's actually 5 runs. And so, yes, I must echo your sentiments, Vic. It was a really good effort by the Windward Islands in this second half of the innings. And we must remember as well that there was lunch taken, and the Leeward Islands were 54 for 3 at that time. And they would have thought that they would have been in the driver's seat, just requiring 125 for victory. However, as we would have noted, the Windward Islands did a really good job coming out after lunch. They must have regrouped and made some plans during the lunch break, came out and most importantly executed really well. There was not just really good bowling, but also really good fielding. And we must say as well, some poor cricket on the part of the Leeward Islands in terms of their batting. Not only were they loose with their shot selection and overall approach to the match, but they also ran poorly between the wickets as well. And a few wickets they would probably look back on. I know Coach Cornwall will look back and assess these things. And the thing about a tournament like this, you have to find a solution quickly, because the matches run down quickly and you want to put yourself in a position to be at least in the top 2, as only the top 2 play the final game. There are no semi-finals or playoff games.
Yeah, so in wrapping up again, we must congratulate the Windward Islands for a collective all-around performance and defeating the Leeward Islands here in their first encounter at the Canary Cricket Centre. The second encounter would be here at the Canary Cricket Centre would be between Trinidad and Tobago and the United States of America on the 195. That is the second encounter.
The second team. The
second team,
yes.
Yeah, the second team, pardon me, right here at the Canary Cricket Centre. But Vijay, how well collectively the Windward Islands have played, and they must feel very good and confident when their second encounter take place also on Sunday coming.
Well, it's all about perspective. I mean, both teams would surely be disappointed in their batting, but with that victory, the Winwards will say to themselves, well, even though we batted poorly, we were still able to restrict the Leeward Islands. Now, conversely, on the losing side, the Leeward Islands have to take a look at the way that they approached their batting, not only getting to the score, but the overall general approach to the game. So both teams, I think, would be pleased with their bowling efforts, but certainly much improvement needed batting-wise by both teams. However, of course, a victory breeds confidence, and in a tournament like this, as I said, the Winwards can take plenty confidence really out of this victory, the way that they battled, the way that they fought throughout their turn in the field. That's certainly something that they can take, that momentum going into the rest of the tournament. And who knows where they can end up with a result like this.
But what was most significant in this encounter, though, which both coaches of both teams will have to work on, is with the bowlers with the high percentage of wide deliveries that were conceded by both teams. Yes, it was a low-scoring outcome in this first encounter between the Windward and Leeward Islands, but the percentage of wide deliveries from both teams is a deep consideration for both coaches to rectify going forward into the remainder of the tournament, because those bonuses also too can assist teams in just getting over the mark. But all in all, what we have seen, especially from the out cricket of the Windward Islands, and that also is a big incentive to bowlers, especially if they bowl loose deliveries and then fielders out there make valiant saves or bring off a good catch. So from the Canary Cricket Centre, on behalf of Vijay and Novel McCall, who was earlier here, and all our lady squirrels who would prefer their names not to be mentioned, we thank them thoroughly for correcting us with our slight errors here and there. And we look forward for the association and teamwork again when we return here Sunday the 6th, right here at the Canary Cricket Centre, where Vijay will be here with us along with Novel Mokan. So this is Victor Eddy on behalf of Vijay and Novel Mokan, returning you to your respective studios, and we do hope that you all did enjoy the first encounter of this under 19 50 overs regional cricket. Well, it's good.